We are 1 day away from Thursday night football between the Bills and the Dolphins. And on the Bills injury report on Tuesday, it looked the exact same as Monday. So no practice for Matt Milano or Ed Oliver. Limited for Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and Shaq Thompson. Jordan Hancock was a full participant. However, Sean McDermott did say that while Milano hasn't practiced yet this week, he has a chance to practice today. He's dealing with a pec injury, so we'll see if Milano is on the field today. That would give some hope that he could play tomorrow against the Miami Dolphins. Meanwhile, for the Dolphins, on their injury report, Chop Robinson was limited at practice yesterday, as was Jalen Waddle and Darren Waller. All three of those players are expected to play on Thursday, but we'll see what their reporting is on practice today. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jaden Reed announced that he has undergone surgery on a foot injury, so he's going to be out a while for the Green Bay Packers. The Minnesota Vikings place running back Aaron Jones on injured reserve with a hamstring injury, so he'll miss at least the next 4 games, can't return until Week 7. It'll be Jordan Mason as the number 1 running back in Minnesota. They signed Cam Akers also to their practice squad to help fill in. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Knox says T-ball. He's on the Yankees, which is fine. But my wife said, I'm going to buy a Yankees hat. I'm like, no, I don't want a Yankees hat.
Dads in sports have gotten their sons traded before.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Buy an upside-down Yankees hat. You have a Yankees hat, but you're not fully supporting it because this is all upside down, and I gotta.
It's not a great one.
This is the move. This is how he gets an upside-down hat.
Look,
upside-down Yankees.
Turn it upside down. Isn't it the same?
I think you should get an upside-down Yankee hat. When's your birthday again?
No, I don't have one. I don't have a birthday.
You could just do like the upside-down New York. That's not really Yankees then, though, is it?
Just give me $30 instead.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant. WGR Sports Radio 550.
I'm looking at that upside-down Yankee hat. It doesn't look that different.
Get it.
What does it look like?
What do you mean it doesn't look different?
You know what actually...
It's upside down.
Yeah, but it doesn't look that different. You know what it actually looks like? This is kind of weird and a very, very specific reference. Mm-hmm. You know that famous bridge in Boston? The white bridge that looks like a wishbone? Yeah. It looks like an N and the wishbone bridge. Whatever that's called. I'm sorry, I don't know what that bridge is called. It's probably never been referred to as the wishbone bridge.
It's the Bunker Hill Memorial Bridge.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Look at this upside down Yankee logo. It looks like an N and that bridge, the Bunker Hill Bridge.
I can see it.
Which means that New York and Boston are so opposite that they accidentally, 100 years ago, put a bridge upside down because they could see the future.
So if you had a hat with the bridge, you're saying it would basically look like an upside-down Yankees hat.
Yeah.
Be the same thing.
That's right.
Yeah. Did you know I actually own a Yankees hat now?
Wow.
I do own a Yankees hat.
How come?
Because it just looked good. That was it. The colors were nice. And I knew that it would make my one friend who's a Yankees fan extremely upset.
If you got it?
If I wore it in front of him. So that's like 99% of the time I've worn it was in front of him.
The colors were good. So it's an off-color,
it's like
different.
It's like a khaki hat with the logo is black, all black. I don't wear it often, but I do own one. I could if I wanted to wear a Yankees hat tomorrow, I could.
How would you do that?
I'm not going to. Right. But I have it.
All right. Yep.
Therefore, I think you're in the clear.
Well, I'm not going to.
He's not playing for the Yankees anymore, is he?
I think he still will next year, but the season is over. So yeah, I don't have to really worry about it anymore.
Gotcha.
Not much of a concern. Not having to support the Yankees, but we did for a while there. We're getting into soccer now, and I found out that the teams in soccer, when he gets to a point when my kids get to play on teams instead of just these development programs, the names are much more cool and random than just picking up. Not that it's bad to pick up baseball team names like Brewers and Yankees. Those are cool, too.
They don't pick up, like, the Premier League team names?
No. There's no, like, Real Sociedad out there at, Delaware Park Soccer. No. At least I don't think so. Anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. Beautiful day on the way today. Again, it's beautiful every day.
Yeah.
We got Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. You know what I found right out of the gate? here.
What's that?
The stories on the Dolphins. We fun to dig into the Dolphins for a minute. Mm-hmm. Pro Football Talk has 2 pieces up. The top 2 stories at ProFootballTalk.com are Dolphin stories. And the first is Tua Tagovailoa. Quote, I can't do half of what Josh Allen does. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. We can get to more of that story if you want. And the other story is, for various Dolphins players, Mike McDaniel's job status was a press conference topic. They were asked a lot about the coach.
Job status.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've got quotes from player after player, from Patrick Paul to Jalen Waddle to, just Chop Robinson, about their belief in him and how things get. So, for those of you scoring at home, it's week 3. It's Wednesday of week 3.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins' top stories are the quarterback saying, I can't do what that guy does, and the entire team having to answer questions about, you think this guy's going to get fired? Tough times.
It beats, I guess, all the Tyreek Hill stuff that they've had to deal with in the recent weeks.
True.
Whether it's, him not getting named a captain, and whether he's a locker room cancer, and then he's got more domestic violence allegations against him, which is a yearly occurrence with him. This is, I guess, bad too. It just indicates, I think, that the coach is nearing the end.
Yeah.
Whether that end, though, is Friday or the end of the season, I'm not sure, but I think it's one of the two.
Or it's November.
Right, it's November at some point during the year. It's going to end.
Yeah.
It's all going to end. And I'll wonder how people will look back on this time for the Dolphins, because they did go all in. They really were aggressive in challenging the Bills, and they almost got it home. They had a 3-game lead against, the worst version of the Bills we've seen.
Probably not. Maybe the worst version, I guess. They lost some games. They were kind of stupid with the football, silly with the football.
Yep.
Turned it over a bunch. They were still...
It was the most constipated they've ever looked on offense.
That's right. That's also the team that lost to the Chiefs here at home because of injuries. If they had...
That's right.
If they had won that game, we might have said, that's the best Bills we've ever seen.
But for them to rally and win that division, Miami's going to look back on that and be like, that's the closest we got. Well, and I also wonder how McDaniel will look back on you decided to hitch your wagon to this quarterback.
Well, did he decide that, or did the GM decide that, or did he take a job he thought he could do well with? Which, at the end of the day, I feel like there's a good conversation we had here. Let's remove ourselves from the Bills here, or actually, you can kind of include the Bills here.
Mm-hmm. Because that's who they're trying to topple.
That's the standard.
Yeah,
that's
we're
right.
trying to topple.
And Rasul Douglas, I saw a quote from him. We'll play it later today. He was asked. He's like, "You were in Buffalo last year. Why are they so good? What do they do?" Mm-hmm. And as he starts to talk, I'm half expecting him to say, they've got Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. But he said a lot more than that. He said basically everybody does it the right way. They do it the right way, and everybody up there in Buffalo is in line and does what they're supposed to do, and everybody does it the same way, the right way. He would know. He was here for 2 seasons, and now he's in Miami, which doesn't mean everybody there does it the wrong way, but that collectively they're not doing it the right way.
Right.
How much of that is just Josh Allen? Some of it might be. And we in the last couple of years we've got to a spot where quarterbacks that have been left for dead can get to a better spot and show, actually, you can do this, right? The list is Jared Goff, left for dead by his team, running a top offense in the NFL. Geno Smith, bust to, actually, he's pretty good. He's okay, last week notwithstanding. Sam Darnold, left for dead. Actually, that can be okay. You can get a quarterback into a better spot, and we'll say, all right, well, yeah, you had a coach that was terrible. Maybe Caleb Williams gets to this status as well because of Matt Eberflus. Whatever. Drake May, maybe he does a lot better with Josh McDaniels as his OC than he does with, who did he have last year? Alex Van Pelt with Gerard Mayo.
Yeah.
And Mac Jones. Mac Jones might have a career resurgence because he's not with a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, if he gets with Shanahan.
If he gets with Shanahan for a month and a half, we might see Mac Jones look really good.
Yeah.
So if we can do that with quarterback, we can certainly do that with coach, and we can certainly do that. I'm not looking for a full-throated defense here of McDaniel, but the greatest coach of all time. We've spent the last year saying,
maybe not that great.
Maybe the coach is a little overrated here. He might be really good.
Yeah.
But the story is it was probably that other guy over there that did most of the heavy lifting for them.
Right.
And for McDaniel, he took a job. He got to a passing title. Passed for the most yards. It doesn't mean you're the best passer, but it means you can throw it all over the field. And for a guy that is limited and openly admits he can't do half the stuff that guy can do, you've got a head coach that designed an imperfect offense that does have its troubles, that has never had a good defense, that has a GM on the job for 10 years. The GM has never succeeded with anybody else.
No.
Worth pointing out.
No playoff wins.
Right. This guy got him to the playoffs. So I'm not here, like I said, to cry for Mike McDaniel if he gets fired. But yesterday, talking about it on the Bill Squad show with Joe Marino, we kind of went back and forth on, will he get another offense to run? Will he get another team? And I think the answer to that question is yes. I think he'll get another offense to run.
Remember, this was like the first real, like, you were running the whole show because he's under Shanahan in San Francisco.
He's a running backs coach?
He was the offensive coordinator for 1 year, but he's not calling plays, right? Kyle Shanahan's calling plays. So this is like your show, you're running the whole thing. I guess, right, like for me it might be who decided you're hitching your wagon to the quarterback in the first place? Because if it wasn't McDaniel, then I think the GM's got to go regardless, whether that was his call or not. Like you've done that way too long with that guy if you're Miami. But man, when he showed up and he's talking about, like, no, this guy can do it all, and, the video that he had on the airplane, and, like, you bought in.
Well,
you bought into this quarterback, and now you're seeing why I think you wouldn't want to do that. It's you built him a great offense that worked, and he led the league in passing, but what Josh Allen can do, what Lamar Jackson can do, that some other quarterbacks can do to a lesser degree. Justin Herbert maybe is an example of this with the Chargers is, he doesn't have the greatest line. No, he doesn't have the greatest wide receivers. He doesn't have the greatest running game. But that guy is so good that you're still going to be reasonably good on that side of the ball. And this quarterback, I think, is showing you if your offensive line isn't very good, he's going to get destroyed. If the guys aren't getting open immediately, he's going to get destroyed. He turns the ball over whenever he's trying to extend plays. Like, I think McDaniel's the one I'd want to see with a different quarterback more than
Tua.
Let me see if Tua with a better coordinator. I don't think he's the next Baker Mayfield where he goes to a better situation.
There's another name, right? Like Baker, washed out, and turns out actually he's good.
Right. I think Tua's already had his better situation.
Yeah, I agree. So I think of the two, the more redeemable piece, and again, maybe he's just not cut out to be a head coach. They had mistakes procedurally. It's a big story in Miami.
The locker room.
They're not getting plays in on time, and maybe it's just too much for him. He's got a complicated offense, and he's got to run that, and we'll see if he gets control of another offense. Tua, though, it's funny. Like, when he took the job, this is year 4 for him, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
For McDaniel or Tua?
For McDaniel.
For McDaniel, yeah.
The year before Tua gets there, he taps out at 16 touchdowns, 10 picks, and
and that's the year he gets benched twice.
2,600 yards, 13 games. It's like not much going on. And the step forward for Tua, like I still think that Mike McDaniel's tenure in Miami should be marked by he took an imperfect product and made it closer to good. And to me, that's what I'd be looking for. Oh, you didn't make it work with Tua. Who would? Would Andy Reid? Do we really think Andy Reid would get Tua to the Super Bowl?
No, I think it would probably
a little better.
A couple years ago, it would look as good as it did then.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have some other answer for what they're doing now. Like, because all they're doing is just throwing the ball to the running back.
Right. Would Nick Sirianni have Tua in the Super Bowl?
No.
I don't think so.
No,
would Sean McDermott have Tua in the Super Bowl? I don't think so.
No.
McVay.
No.
Shanahan, maybe Shanahan would. Shanahan gets everybody there. He got Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl.
The least healthy quarterback in the league going to the least healthy place in the league, maybe it wouldn't work.
That's right. That's right.
But the point is right about Shanahan, I think.
Yeah. So
O'Connell,
Kevin O'Connell, and that's where Mike McDaniels comes from. Is the McVay Shanahan kind of tree. The story from Jordan Rodriguez in The Athletic, the podcast, it was all about the 5 guys. Right. It was LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell, Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, and is there one other guy? I think there's one other guy that I'm not remembering right now. Somebody will.
There's another guy who's like not a head coach. Maybe somewhere.
Zach Taylor.
Zach Taylor
is from that tree as well. That tree became the new Belichick tree, and that tree has produced a lot of pretty good fruit. Like, these guys are good. Whether or not they're going to win the Super Bowl. If Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota.
LaFleur, I think, is the other one.
Okay, LaFleur,
that was on,
if I didn't mention him. Kevin O'Connell, if he flames out with J.J. McCarthy, like, should he get fired? I think he'd be nuts.
Yeah.
I think he's a good coach, and when you get somebody good and they're trying to lift somebody up, if it doesn't work, you keep the person that's good and you get rid of the other guy, right? Like that's what you want to do. And in Miami, I don't know. I don't think they're anywhere close to let's keep McDaniel and get rid of Tua. No. I don't think that'll happen.
Well, because
it'll probably be a full house cleaning just because of the timeline of the GM. Yeah. 10 years, too long. Too many mistakes, and they might just want to get into some sort of full-on rebuild. Again, they just win on Sunday, win tomorrow, Thursday. They win Thursday, and who knows if it's like a stay of execution, it waits another month or two. Mm-hmm. But I feel like everything points to this is the direction Miami is ultimately going.
Well, because what's not helping McDaniel is not just, hey, you can't get the offense back to where it was a couple of years ago. It's also he's getting the reputation right now of, oh, you can't control that thing over there.
Yeah, and
like there are like the stories of players showing up super late to meetings and there being no consequences for it, and all the Tyreek Hill drama. I think is a lot of that. Them having to ship out Jalen Ramsey because he's a problem in the locker room. Is there any team in the league right now that you think could use Jalen Ramsey more than the Miami Dolphins? He's out there the first couple of weeks. He's making plays for the Steelers on every drive. And he got traded away from the worst secondary in football. Why? Because they probably couldn't trust him. I think he was probably causing headaches for them.
Yeah.
So they're like, we got to get this guy out of here. I don't know why they're not doing the same thing with Tyreek Hill. Maybe there's money reasons for that. But I think the problem for McDaniel isn't just that, the quarterback's regressing, the offense is regressing. I think he looks like a guy that, I wonder how many owners would look at him a second time and go, yeah, you could be a leader of men, like of a whole locker room like that and have full control over the organization in the way that that's one of the areas of Sean McDermott would credit, right? And I don't think McDaniel would get any of that.
Yeah, that's probably right. 803-0550 on this. Have someone in the chat, and maybe we could have a talk about this too. If someone in the chat wrote in, I'm nervous about this game. I'm nervous about the Dolphins pulling a win after everybody's saying they can't win at the end of they're an NFL team, have good players. I don't expect them to go out and do nothing. Sure, any given Sunday, as they say. If you're nervous about this game, you're just a nervous Nelly. Like, come on. 12.5-point favorites against an inferior team at home on a short week.
That you always beat.
That you always beat. Could they lose? Yes. Should you be nervous about it? No. If they lose, be shocked. There's no reason to be nervous. Nervous is, I guess you can do what you want, right? Nervous for me is, I think they might lose this game. And I've had games where I don't think they're going to lose, and then they do. And, fine, like we deal with it after the fact. If you're nervous about this game, you can be nervous against the Saints? You should not. You be nervous against the Browns? You should not.
Right.
You should not be nervous against some of these teams. You have arguably the best team in football, top 3 football team, a top 2, top 1 quarterback.
It really is like Schopenbowl had Al Michaels on the show yesterday, and they asked him about this game, and that's basically what he says. Like, I've been around a long time, and it's the NFL, and anything can happen.
Sure.
Like, if that is the defense for the game can be close, then it is right. It could happen. It's not college football, and you're not playing an FCS team. But I said this yesterday. I don't know where I would begin by going through what Miami does and saying, that could be a problem for the Bills. I don't know where I would look. Achane in the open field, but that was they didn't let Breece Hall get in the open field last week. Why should I believe they're going to let Achane do it?
I saw Joe Shad tweet that. He covers the Dolphins. He pointed out the Dolphins are 4th in yards per carry, and the Bills are 32nd against the run in yards per carry. It's like, well, yeah.
They played Derrick Henry.
One team played Baltimore. That's going to hurt. And when the other teams start to play Baltimore, maybe we'll see that, although the Browns did hold them in check. Anyway, 803-0550, your vibe going into this one if you want. It's, of course, tomorrow night. It is Wednesday, September 17th. We're chatting about it with you. We'll talk with Alain Poupart, who covers the Dolphins at 7:30. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast at 8. Your calls along the way, the usual fun and frivolity that we have. I got to tell you about the dream I had.
The dream you
ever had a dream you're on the Bills? I had a dream I was on the Bills.
Like, as a player?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever had that dream, no.
I had a dream I was on the Bills in a game.
What position?
What do you think?
Quarterback?
No, come on.
Wide receiver.
Yeah. Yes. But you'll love it.
You're out there running routes, catching bullets from Josh Allen.
I'll tell you later. I woke up and I kind of laughed at what happened in the dream. Jay and Cheektowaga. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, Jay.
So you guys are talking about Mike McDaniel this morning. You know, he's in a crumb situation there in Miami. He's likely going to be out. We're probably going to end up losing Brady at the end of this season. You know, he's going to be a prime head coaching candidate for some of these openings throughout the league. Let's see what your guys' thoughts are about maybe us looking at McDaniel and bringing him in as an offensive coordinator, possibly moving forward.
Thanks, Jay. You're not the first person to bring this up to me. I would put a lot of candidates ahead of him as an idea, and I think he would almost be a non-starter. The Bills have so far replaced the offensive coordinator under Josh Allen twice and done it from within. It was Dorsey getting elevated after Dable. It was Brady getting elevated after Dorsey, and Brady had come into the building. It wasn't they went outside to get Brady. It's like, let's bring Brady inside first, then he gets elevated. So whether that's somebody on the current staff for the Bills, and that could be Ronald Curry, who's the Bills' quarterbacks coach, right? Like, could he be the one? Sure. If not him, Davis Webb. I would say Davis Webb until he gets a different job. He is the quarterbacks coach in Denver. The Bills wanted him to stay on with their coaching staff on their staff, but he wanted to play one more year and went to the Giants and got on their practice squad. Like, Davis Webb is with Denver right now, and if you want to give him a raise and give him a promotion, if Joe Brady leaves, then I think he is the prime candidate to get that job.
Because what I would ask is, with like Ronald Curry, for instance, he's never, to my knowledge, looking at his career, he's never called plays before. Would they be spooked to go back to a first-time play caller because of Dorsey? Because of Dorsey? Joe Brady had experience calling plays.
That's right.
And so did Dable when they hired him. He wasn't internal, but it was only 1 year in, right?
I bet you
that was Alabama.
I bet you they'd make an exception for Davis Webb if the time comes. We should also discuss, and I'm sure over the course of the year we'll get to this, there has to be a job that Brady would want.
Right.
There is a world where he's Ben Johnson, and he decides, not yet.
Right.
Not yet. Now's not the time. Now, if he wins a Super Bowl, maybe that's different. But if they come up just short again, which Detroit did, and ultimately Ben Johnson did leave, and he went to the Bears, but...
Right, like he might say to Miami, like, no, Tua's got under contract for $50 million next year, and this is all coming apart. Who's the GM?
They can get out from Tua after next year.
After next year.
Yeah, but Joe Brady could, I mean, listen, you want to talk about a guy that I think could work well with Tua, who's got a quick passing, yards after catch passing game. I think Tua could probably run that offense that Joe Brady runs. He, of course, built an incredible offensive line and run game with the help of Brandon Beane, of course. Brandon Beane making the picks.
Yeah.
But whatever. Like he might not want to go home. That's the other thing. We always think about these coaches and athletes. Oh, you want to go home. Maybe not. Maybe if it doesn't work out, I don't want them to hate me there. I live there. That's where Joe Brady is from, right? Like, it might A, be a dream, or B, be no thanks.
I also feel like Miami might not go for a guy like that again. Young offensive play caller.
Yeah.
Teams kind of go back and forth. What do the other two teams in the division do? We're going with professional coaches that are going to like change the culture. I mean, honestly, we'll cross this bridge when we get there. I feel like Miami might go after Bobby Babich before they go after Joe Brady.
Interesting.
Come change the culture, like he's not quite drill sergeant, but he's intense.
He's a real guy. He's
intense.
Legacy in the league a little bit, of course. Yeah, interesting. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. What do you think about Miami here and their crossroads, kind of like what they should do? Are you the least bit nervous? I'll listen to it if you are. I just think you're working hard. I think you're putting yourself through the meat grinder for no reason. This is, we at the risk of using the same joke we did during the Jets game, this is Alabama welcoming Valdosta State, and you're nervous.
Poor Valdosta State. You're always throwing them in as that team.
I think I saw the Blazers are 2-1 this year, so I got to
really?
Be,
What's their nickname?
The Blazers.
That is, you just said it. It's 625. Valdosta State.
Valdosta State Blazers. I'm pretty sure they're 2-1.
I'm sure I've never watched them play football in my life.
Yeah? You want to learn more about Blazer Nation?
Maybe. What state are we in? Like Minnesota?
They are ranked number 22 in the version of
in what?
FC whatever FB.
Oh, FCS.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I was gonna say they're not in the FBS poll, right? Okay.
Let me double check that I've got the FCS coaches poll. Are they 22 in the coaches poll, or Cal Poly is going to Texas?
Yep.
I'm nervous.
Right.
Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It's it's WGR, Jeremy and Joe. I want to find the poll. I want to find the right answer here for where they're ranked number 22. But anyway.
I didn't even know there were FCS polls. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I didn't find them in that one. What's below that?
Division 3?
Sure.
Are they Division 3?
I think they're Division 2.
Okay, I was going to say, if they were Division 3, I don't think they would ever be playing Alabama.
Yeah, Division 2.
Okay.
803-0550, our phone number. The Dolphins coming in. We'll get you some of the quotes they've got about their head coach and what's happening. They're seeking their first road win against the Bills since 2016. Translation, amazing. McDermott has never lost to them here.
Correct.
Has not happened. That's what they're looking for. Alain Poupart joins us at 7:30 to talk about it. Joe Marino at 8 o'clock here on WGR.
Right, like for me it might be who decided you're hitching your wagon to the quarterback in the first place. Because if it wasn't McDaniel, then I think the GM's got to go regardless, whether that was his call or not. Like you've done that way too long with that guy if you're Miami. But man, when he showed up and he's talking about no, this guy can do it all, and the video that he had on the airplane, and you bought in.
Well,
you bought into this quarterback, and now you're seeing why I think you wouldn't want to do that. You built him a great offense that worked, and he led the league in passing. But what Josh Allen can do, what Lamar Jackson can do, that some other quarterbacks can do to a lesser degree, Justin Herbert maybe is an example of this with the Chargers, is, he doesn't have the greatest line. No, he doesn't have the greatest wide receivers. He doesn't have the greatest running game. But that guy is so good that you're still going to be reasonably good on that side of the ball. And this quarterback, I think, is showing you if your offensive line isn't very good, he's going to get destroyed. Mm-hmm. If the guys aren't getting open immediately, he's going to get destroyed. He turns the ball over whenever he's trying to extend plays. I think McDaniel's the one I'd want to see with a different quarterback more than Tua. Let me see if Tua with a better coordinator. I don't think he's the next Baker Mayfield where he goes to a better situation.
There's another name, right? Baker, washed out, and turns out actually he's good.
Right. I think Tua's already had his better situation.
Yeah, I agree. So I think of the two, the more redeemable piece, and again, maybe he's just not cut out to be a head coach. They had mistakes procedurally. It's a big story in Miami.
The locker room.
They're not getting plays in on time, and maybe it's just too much for him. He's got a complicated offense, and he's got to run that, and we'll see if he gets control of another offense. Tua, though, it's funny, when he took the job, this is year 4 for him, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
For McDaniel or Tua?
For McDaniel.
For McDaniel, yeah.
The year before Tua gets there, he taps out at 16 touchdowns, 10 picks, and
and that's the year he gets benched twice.
2,600 yards, 13 games. It's not much going on. And the step forward for Tua, I still think that Mike McDaniel's tenure in Miami should be marked by he took an imperfect product and made it closer to good. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's what I'd be looking for. Oh, you didn't make it work with Tua. Who would? Would Andy Reid? Do we really think Andy Reid would get Tua to the Super Bowl?
No, I think it would probably
a little better.
A couple years ago, it would look as good as it did then.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have some other answer for what they're doing now. Because all they're doing is just throwing the ball to the running back.
Right. Would Nick Sirianni have Tua in the Super Bowl?
No.
I don't think so.
No,
Would
I
Sean
don't think
McDermott have Tua in the Super Bowl? I don't think so.
No.
Planning a home improvement project for a safe and code
Bills and Dolphins tomorrow on Thursday Night Football. Matt Milano, we'll see if he can play tomorrow. He did not practice yesterday again. However, Sean McDermott said there's a chance that he could today. So we'll see on him. Ed Oliver did not practice for the second day in a row. Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited. For the Miami side of things, they had a lot of players that were limited, including Jalen Waddle, Chop Robinson, Darren Waller, backup running back Jalen Wright as well. Feels like Robinson and Waddle are most likely to play tomorrow, especially Waddle. Waddle will play. Elsewhere around the NFL, in Minnesota, Aaron Jones, their running back, is out for the next 4 weeks minimum. He is on injured reserve with a hamstring injury. So Jordan Mason, the number one back for the Vikings going forward, and it will be Carson Wentz starting at quarterback, as they're also going to be missing J.J. McCarthy. Texans said yesterday that wide receiver Christian Kirk is expected to return in Week 3. He hadn't played yet this year with an injury. And those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I need to do a better job supervising all of the orchestration within our multiple personnel groups. So to win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
Mike McDaniel explaining what happened to a point. In the Dolphins lost to the Patriots. They're trailing 33-27. They think they get an Achane touchdown. He steps out of bounds, a lengthy review for that, and then they get a delay of game twice, right? 2 delay of games to drop back 5 yards, 2 procedural penalties to go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 20, and things go south. Like, they're not set. They're getting out of the huddle late. Procedural stuff, the stuff that can make it tougher for an offense to operate. So that's why they, in part, they're 0-2, and they lost to New England because of the end of the game.
The kind of stuff that, different quarterback, but the kind of stuff that lost them that playoff game here a couple years ago. Remember at the end of that game, they could not get a playoff. It was like, was it 3 delay a game or false starts on the final drive of that game?
That I don't remember, but I'll take your word for it.
The final sequence, like they have the ball with a chance still, and they could not get a play in. Like, I'll have to find exactly how many it was, but I think it was 3.
This is the one the Bills win 34-31?
Yep. Miami's got the ball at the end, and they can't get a play in. And they have a backup quarterback in, and the crowd's going crazy, right? It's a playoff game, but
Skylar Thompson
is in.
Yeah.
It's a complicated offense, but
Miami's down.
That's part of the consequence.
So Miami in that game has a 1st and 10 on the Bills, their own 14.
Yep.
So they got to go a long way to get a field goal to tie it.
Right.
And incomplete, timeout. I'm looking for penalties. Yeah, 5-yard penalty, incomplete, 4-yard penalty. So 2 penalties on that. 1 delay game. And
did they use a timeout also?
1 false start. They did use a timeout. Yeah.
So maybe they lost the timeout because the clock was in their face too. It was tough. It was a tough scene at the end for them.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The game ends at Miami's 44. It's a 4th and 5, 2:29 to go. And Skylar Thompson incomplete for Mike Gesicki. Kaiir Elam in coverage.
Yeah, he had a good game.
He got hurt.
He got a big interception in that game, maybe when the Bills were trailing. There's a big Kaiir Elam interception in that game, like in Miami territory. I forget the exact details, what the score were, but I remember it being a momentum changer.
It was, what
was the
in
score?
that game, Dean Marlowe had a pick in that game.
He did. I remember that. Yeah.
And then the interception for, okay, here we go. Yeah. It's 24-20. Miami is leading.
With the ball.
How
about that?
And Elam intercepts a pass intended for Trent Sherfield.
Yikes.
Right. Anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. Game tomorrow at the stadium. It'll be beautiful once again.
Dude, don't Bills fans love what Miami's become so much? Especially because of all them getting close to the Bills for a couple of years and 70 points and like number 1 in power rankings.
Well, if your life is talking trash with other fans, it's been ideal. Because they've had a little bit of a taste of maybe they can do it, and then every time it's like, no, you can't.
Right.
So it's the perfect trash-talking relationship for a Bills fan with a Dolphins fan, I would think.
And this should be the end of it. Because Dolphins fans aren't talking trash to a Bills fan going into tomorrow.
No,
they're busy flying banners over their stadium and planes that say "Fire the head coach."
Sure, I would imagine as someone who has been in this spot, following multiple teams that I like, sometimes you want to lose so you can change. Mm-hmm. I don't like what's happening. I want to change, and the way to bring about change is to lose. I've done that with, of course, the Sabres. I did it with Syracuse football. I've done it with the Bills, probably, where I'd like the coach gone. So, I think this plan is not working. I don't want false hope. I want to get on a plan that will work. Mm-hmm. And if you're a Miami fan, you might get to that spot. Wouldn't be crazy at all. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Miami in the spotlight too against the Bills.
Yeah, if they're getting hammered tomorrow. All social media, everything the next day, Friday morning with sports television and radio, just everything's going to be, this is over and they need to blow it up.
Yep.
And maybe go to a different quarterback at the end of the season if they're going to be in a draft position to do it. I wonder if they can be that bad. Like, they look terrible. And New England doesn't even look great, and they lost to them at home. So Tua is still the quarterback. That might make you think, like, okay, well, that's at least going to be a 6-7 win team, right? Like, at their worst. But maybe not. Maybe they could be like a 3-win team. And if they're that, they'll be in position in what I think is supposed to be a really good quarterback class to just do it quickly. You know, like get a new coach, get a new GM, get a new quarterback in 1 year. I don't think that's out of the question.
No, I don't either.
Doesn't mean it has to work. New England's going through that right now, and they haven't started the year great. But, man, if I were in Miami, that's exactly what I would want, and I would feel like that's within my grasp. I just got to have a 3-4 win season.
Extra Point Show today at 10 o'clock. Programming note, Sean McDermott, because, again, like the entire week is moved with Thursday Night Football and the Bills on Thursday night. So Sean McDermott is scheduled to join the Extra Point Show right about 10 a.m. this morning. You can kind of get the update if anybody has been ruled out or how the game's, how the injury report looks. Sean McDermott about 10 a.m. with Sal. 803-0550 if you want to pop in with us, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. So the game tomorrow, Bills, if they win, 3-0, and I wonder where the odds move to. Baltimore has a big one next week with Kansas City. Baltimore also plays
Detroit this week, right? Monday Night Football.
This week.
They could lose that game.
They could. That game is the Ravens and Lions. That's in Baltimore. But Monday Night Football, we will be invested. If the Ravens lose to the Lions, which is very possible, they then play, by the way, the Chiefs, Texans, Rams. And Baltimore has
Chiefs,
a
Texans,
gauntlet
Rams.
here. Even though the Texans are 0-2, I feel like that's not a pushover team. And right now the Bills on FanDuel for the 1 seed are minus money. It's minus 105. But basically, it's an even bet for the Bills to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And it is week 2.
Right. It happening this early is nuts.
Everything has fallen so well so far. Things could go bad. If you want to be nervous about the 1 seed, go for it. I don't think you should be nervous about the Dolphin game, but the 1 seed, a lot can still happen. But the Bills are minus 105. The Ravens are plus 350. And the Chargers are plus 600. Where do I go next? The Chiefs are plus 1,400.
Wow.
And if you want the AFC South, the Colts.
Oh,
the
Colts.
Plus 2,000.
Yeah, because no way.
The Bills are even money to
Right.
be the number 1 seed 2 weeks in. In the NFC, it's the Packers that are the favorite, and the Eagles are right there,
What
too.
are the Packers as the
Plus
favorite?
250.
That's a big difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Even money 2 weeks in.
It's basically the Bills or the field.
It's going to create...
And the field is two... The field really feels like it's two teams.
It's 2 teams. I want to include the Chargers because they are also 2-0.
Well, that's the team I'm including.
Okay, not including the Ravens. I think you should include the Ravens.
Sorry, the 2 teams. The field is 2 teams. It's
Yeah.
the Bills, and then I've got a 2-team field that I'm really thinking about.
Chargers-Ravens?
Chargers-Ravens. Yeah.
That's fair. And, man, like...
Chiefs just have too much ground to make up already, and their schedule is tough, and I don't see it.
If the Bills get even more comfortable in this spot, it's going to change the way we talk about the season, these games, depending on how big their lead is. I mean, we've seen it where the Chiefs had a game, 2 games left in the season, were able to rest their starters.
Yeah.
Baltimore able to do that. Hey,
With a month, wasn't it even in the Christmas game before that last year where the Chiefs had like a 2-3 game lead?
They did. They clinched the 1 seed on Christmas.
Right.
Because that's a Wednesday game.
And they were in great shape even weeks before that.
So they were the rest starters. They got the Sunday off, then rested, then had the bye. Mahomes didn't play for 24 days or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
So it's not only going to change that, though. We know we live in Super Bowl or bust. Like, that's pretty much how it goes. Like, you gotta make that game or else it's a disappointment. And to be lined up for the 1 seed 2 weeks in, if you think it's getting ahead of everybody, getting ahead of ourselves, that's fine. I think that's fair. 1 week at a time. You want the Bills to kind of look at things 1 week at a time. But once we get to week 11, week 12, if they are, minus 300, minus 500 because they've got a lead, it then becomes, all right, well, I mean, come on. What do? You'd wonder if this would lead Bean to be more aggressive at the deadline. He's previously said you're never 1 player away. I think this is something that, as a GM, you want to say. Because if you said you were 1 player away, I would say to you, go get that player. You don't really know. But will they do the thing where we get to a deadline and he says, I got home field. I'm so ready here. I'll trade my second round.
Your third round pick again?
Your second?
Your second?
Who knows who could become available? Who knows what they will need in a month? But you could get to what is the finishing piece? You might think everything's already perfect, but you might think, look who just became available. Mm-hmm. So, something to think about. 803-0550. Jimmy, we'll get to your call on the other side. Hang with us. You can join us as well at 803-0550. It's kind of like Football Wednesday. Sean McDermott coming up at 10 o'clock with Sal on the Extra Point Show, and Bills-Dolphins tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Right, like for me it might be who decided you're hitching your wagon to the quarterback in the first place. Because if it wasn't McDaniel, then I think the GM's got to go regardless, whether that was his call or not. Like you've done that way too long with that guy if you're Miami. But man, when he showed up and he's talking about like, no, this guy can do it all, and the video that he had on the airplane, and like you bought in.
Well,
you bought into this quarterback, and now you're seeing why I think you wouldn't want to do that. You built him a great offense that worked, and he led the league in passing. But what Josh Allen can do, what Lamar Jackson can do, that some other quarterbacks can do to a lesser degree, Justin Herbert maybe is an example of this with the Chargers, is, he doesn't have the greatest line. No, he doesn't have the greatest wide receivers. He doesn't have the greatest running game. But that guy is so good that you're still going to be reasonably good on that side of the ball. And this quarterback, I think, is showing you if your offensive line isn't very good, he's going to get destroyed. Mm-hmm. If the guys aren't getting open immediately, he's going to get destroyed. He turns the ball over whenever he's trying to extend plays. Like, I think McDaniel's the one I'd want to see with a different quarterback more than
Tua.
Let me see if Tua with a better coordinator. I don't think he's the next Baker Mayfield where he goes to a better situation.
There's another name, right? Like Baker, washed Baker out, and turns out actually he's good.
Right. I think Tua's already had his better situation.
Yeah, I agree. So I think of the two, the more redeemable piece, and again, maybe he's just not cut out to be a head coach. They had mistakes procedurally. It's a big story in Miami.
The locker room.
They're not getting plays in on time, and maybe it's just too much for him. He's got a complicated offense, and he's got to run that, and we'll see if he gets control of another offense. Tua, though, it's funny. Like, when he took the job, this is year 4 for him, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
For McDaniel or Tua?
For McDaniel.
For McDaniel, yeah.
The year before Tua gets there, he taps out at 16 touchdowns, 10 picks, and
and that's the year he gets benched twice.
2,600 yards, 13 games. It's like not much going on. And the step forward for Tua, like I still think that Mike McDaniel's tenure in Miami should be marked by he took an imperfect product and made it closer to good. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's what I'd be looking for. Oh, you didn't make it work with Tua. Who would? Would Andy Reid? Do we really think Andy Reid would get Tua to the Super Bowl?
No, I think it would probably
a little better.
A couple years ago, it would look as good as it did then.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have some other answer for what they're doing now. Like, because all they're doing is just throwing the ball to the running back.
Right. Would Nick Sirianni have Tua in the Super Bowl?
No.
I don't think so. Would Sean McDermott have Tua in the Super Bowl? I don't think so.
No.
We got Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. You know what I found right out of the gate? Here.
What's that?
The stories on the Dolphins. We fun to dig into the Dolphins for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Football Talk has 2 pieces up. The top 2 stories at ProFootballTalk.com are Dolphin stories. And the first is Tua Tagovailoa. Quote, I can't do half of what Josh Allen does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. We can get to more of that story if you want. And the other story is, for various Dolphins players, Mike McDaniel's job status was a press conference topic. They were asked a lot about the
his
coach.
Job status.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've got quotes from player after player, from Patrick Paul to Jalen Waddle to, just Chop Robinson, about their belief in him and how things get. So, for those of you scoring at home, it's week 3. It's Wednesday of week 3.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins' top stories are the quarterback saying, I can't do what that guy does, and the entire team having to answer questions about, like, you think this guy's going to get fired? Tough times.
I mean, it beats, I guess, all the Tyreek Hill stuff that they've had to deal with in the recent weeks. Like, whether it's, him not getting named a captain, and whether he's a locker room cancer, and then he's got more domestic violence allegations against him, which is a yearly occurrence with him. This is, I guess, bad, too. It just indicates, I think, that the coach is nearing the end.
Yeah,
Whether that end, though, is Friday or the end of the season, I'm not sure, but I think it's one of the two.
Yeah, or it's November.
Right, it's November at some
Somewhere.
point during the year. Like, it's going to end.
Yeah.
It's all going to end.
He's an absolute stud. He makes us a better team, and throughout the entire training camp and OTA portion, we understood that. We knew that. I'm just very proud of how he handled everything this offseason and didn't let it become a distraction because he's looking as good as he ever has. So very happy for him and proud of him, and one of my favorite teammates I've ever had because of how he's worked through some of the minutia, and he's just kept his head down and worked extremely hard.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen on James Cook. Which, by the way, if you're not on social media and seeing this, the Bills are doing like a James Cook inspirational quote of the week. Have you seen this? Because James Cook is a man of few words. And they just go to Cook and he says, like, one word. And that's it. Inspirational.
And he says a word.
He says a word.
He also has,
or two.
See, he's been wearing his shirts backwards.
I did not see that.
This is the new backwards hat, maybe, thing. He's wearing his shirts inside out and backwards, maybe. He's done it a couple of times in the last couple of weeks that I've seen. I don't need to get on board with that one.
I mean, it's
the collar's going to annoy me. Will annoy you, I think.
Collared shirts inside out?
No, even just a regular, like he's wearing like a gym T-shirt. But the on the back, it's higher than on the front.
Yeah.
So that's going to be annoying.
803-0550. Jimmy in Rochester. Hey, Jimmy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. This is Jimmy from Rochester, the Parlay King.
All right.
I'm hearing you guys talk about bets, and I'm hearing, I get excited in the morning being a Parlay King. So I got one for you, Sneaky Joe. It's a sneaky bet. What is the safest airline to take after a plane crashes? The one that crashes. So take Miami, add it up to 13, Devin Achane over 50 yards, and Josh Allen over 150 yards passing. I feel like the desperation is going to come in moderation for Miami, so you're going to see a lot of dump plays, and that might go to Tyreek Hill if he can actually catch it, but I feel like they're going to use Achane a lot. So 85% of the ticket handle is on the Bills, and 73% of spreads actual ticket count is on Bills, too. So don't get caught up in it. Let's go Bills, but I feel like you got some desperation coming.
You say move it up to 13?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then take the Dolphins plus the 13?
Dolphins plus 13, right. Achane over 50 receiving yards, and Josh Allen over 150 passing yards.
All right.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy. The one thing I wonder about Miami tomorrow for something like that is, are they going to play the game just to keep it close and not get embarrassed more than they might play aggressive and try to win it? Like, are they going to be kicking field goals tomorrow? They're going to be running the clock. They're going to be playing the ball. What kind of game is Miami going to want to play? Aren't they going to want to play, we'll run the clock. Let's run the ball. Achane on these short little passes like he's saying. And, if we get 4th and 2 at the 35-yard line and we're down 7-0, we might kick the field goal. Because you got guys that are just trying to save their jobs. And they're not going to want to make it look ugly, right?
Mm-hmm.
They might treat, as backwards as it might sound, they might treat like a 24-18 loss as a step in the right direction for them. Like, hey, we went to Buffalo and we're competitive. Like, we're not a total lost cause. I wonder if they'll play that way, conservative, just to not get blown out. Because even McDaniel will know, if I lose this game 40-7, I'm not on the plane ride home. So he's going to go out there and kick field goals.
Maybe.
It's possible. That would get you to your closer spread. Or the game being close. It's a big spread also.
11.5.
Oh my! You could get to garbage time. You get a garbage time backdoor cover so easily on that. If the Bills are up by 20 and the Dolphins score 10 in the fourth quarter when Trubisky's in.
What was the spread last week for Bills Jets? 6.5.
6.5. Yeah.
On the road.
Yep.
And they beat him by 20. I don't know. Do what you think is right. 803-0550. I didn't tell you about my dream yet.
Yeah, we got to hear about this
Very quickly.
A Bills dream where you're on the Bills.
Have you ever had a dream you're on the Bills?
It's possible I have.
Me either. I did last night. This is going to be a point about buy-in because I'm a wide receiver. I play for the Bills. I don't know who we're playing. I'm on the team. This is last night I had this dream. And I'm a wide receiver. And what is the dream about? It's really about one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in. All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me. You know?
Right.
Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager, assistant to Satan. And how I've dreamed of running a Joe Brady route and blocking downfield.
Yep.
Honestly,
your shavers in training camp when he's running down the field and destroying.
You know how dreams will mix all these elements in. And who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu. Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my way. What, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
That would be funny.
It would be funny.
I think in your dream, what should be happening is Troy Polamalu should be lighting you up, putting you on the ground.
I'm a receiver in the NFL in this dream. Why is he doing that? All I got to do is get in the way.
Are you bigger? You're what? You're taller?
There's not a mirror. I'm just I'm looking.
You don't even know.
I'm looking out my eyes. I'm a wide receiver in the NFL.
All right.
Playing for the Bills. Just trying to get in Troy Polamalu's way downfield.
I don't like this dream anymore. I love Troy
What's wrong with
Polamalu.
this dream? This is effort.
Did it turn into a nightmare where Gene Steratore then was analyzing your blocking technique and there was a flag thrown and it all turned into a mess? That's how you woke up?
And then I left the field and went up to the booth to meet with Gene to talk to him.
I don't like that you're blocking one of my favorite players growing up.
Polamalu?
Yeah, I had a jersey. I owned a Steelers jersey. Might have been the first non-Bills jersey I ever owned, actually.
It's a good one to have.
I don't know how many people actually even do that. How many Bills fans, you've owned a jersey from another team?
Just because you like the guy?
Just because you liked the player. Because that was me with Polamalu. Yeah. Loved Polamalu.
803-0550. Check in on the Dolphins. Alain Poupart, who covers the Dolphins at 7:30. Coming up, we'll get to more of your calls as well. 803-0550. Also, borrowing from controversy, schmontroversy, this Brady thing.
Yeah,
we talked
getting some legs.
We talked about it a little yesterday. It's getting big-time legs in the NFL. The NFL issued a statement yesterday, which kind of felt to me like that elevated the story by them issuing a statement. The old Streisand effect, if you know that term. Jeremy and Joe, we'll get to that, and Bills-Dolphins as well here on WGR. We got Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. You know what I found right out of the gate? Here.
What's that?
The stories on the Dolphins. We fun to dig into the Dolphins for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Football Talk has two pieces up. The top two stories at ProFootballTalk.com are Dolphin stories. And the first is Tua Tagovailoa. Quote, I can't do half of what Josh Allen does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. We can get to more of that story if you want. And the other story is, for various Dolphins players, Mike McDaniel's job status was a press conference topic. They were asked a lot about the
his
coach.
job status.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've got quotes from player after player, from Patrick Paul to Jalen Waddle to, just Chop Robinson, about their belief in him and how things get. So, for those of you scoring at home, it's week 3. It's Wednesday of week 3.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins' top stories are the quarterback saying, I can't do what that guy does, and the entire team having to answer questions about, you think this guy's going to get fired? Tough times.
It beats, I guess, all the Tyreek Hill stuff that they've had to deal with in the recent weeks. Whether it's, him not getting named a captain and whether he's a locker room cancer, and then he's got more domestic violence allegations against him, which is a yearly occurrence with him. This is, I guess, bad, too. It just indicates, I think, that the coach is nearing the end.
Yeah.
Whether that end, though, is Friday or the end of the season, I'm not sure, but I think it's one of the two.
Or it's November.
Right, it's November at some
Somewhere.
point during the year. Like, it's going to end.
Yeah.
It's all going to end. Bills and Dolphins tomorrow on Thursday Night Football. The Bills injury report for tomorrow. We'll get a little more clear today. We're going to get injury designations. Sean McDermott will be on the Extra Point Show at about 10 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. The Bills did not have Matt Milano at practice again yesterday, but McDermott did say yesterday that Milano has a chance to practice today, so we'll hear what he says about Milano in a couple of hours. Also, Ed Oliver not practicing for the second day in a row. That's not a big surprise. Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited at practice. For the Miami Dolphins, They had a couple players not practicing. Storm Duck, who's been playing for them at cornerback, did not practice again yesterday. They had a safety not practicing. Melifonwu as well, out for the second day in a row. A couple of players limited. Jalen Waddle, Chop Robinson, Darren Waller. Waddle, at the very least, is expected to play tomorrow night. It's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Around the NFL, Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has undergone surgery on a foot and clavicle injury. He's going to be out for a while. Running back Aaron Jones in Minnesota, placed on injured reserve with a hamstring injury, so he's out at least until week 7, which means Jordan Mason is going to be the Vikings' lead back for the next month or so. The Bengals signing former Bills quarterback Mike White as they're dealing with the Joe Burrow injury, and Aaron Glenn saying yesterday that if Justin Fields doesn't practice Wednesday or Thursday, that he is not going to play this Sunday. And at the moment, he has not cleared concussion protocols. That seems unlikely. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The fact that he's sitting in the Raiders coach's box with the headset on and talking to Pete Carroll, talking to Spytek, their general manager, talking to their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, is complete and utter BS, because the NFL is the ultimate competitive place, and you're allowing a guy to sit there who's a part owner of a team, which is fine, and now he's involved in these game plans. And this week, I guess he's got Bears-Cowboys. Yeah. That's probably who he has. And now he's going to be meeting with these coaches and talking about players. That is utter BS, as far as I'm concerned, because it tilts the balance of competitiveness. Because now he has intimate knowledge, obviously, of the team that he owns, the Raiders. He's sitting in there listening and talking to GMs. He's also talking to other coaching staffs and other players around the league. I know he's going to try to be objective, but how can you be objective when you're in this situation? And why are they allowing this?
Boomer Esiason yesterday on Tom Brady, sitting in the Raiders coach's booth. Now, a couple things on this. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe, get to your calls in a moment. Get to Bills-Dolphins. Plenty to get to. Good morning. It's beautiful outside. It's beautiful every day now.
Great week. Yep.
We sure we're not in like a time loop? It's 80 degrees every day. Wonderful. Anyway, so on the Brady thing and on Boomer Esiason here, there are two questions I think that you can ask with this. And also there's an important clarification you had yesterday that he is not getting into coaches' meetings, pre-production meetings with these coaches and players. Correct?
I saw a clarification yesterday. He's not allowed in those production meetings in person. He's allowed to be there via Zoom. Okay. Like, he could be there remotely. He is not allowed at those teams' practices.
Right. So he can zoom in
to the production
on
meetings.
A conversation with Ben Johnson.
Yep.
When Nance and Romo, like they do, meet with Ben Johnson and they meet with Sean McDermott if there's a game, and they go, sure, they talk to the coach.
Yep.
All right, how deep you want to go on this? What do we really think is being revealed in these meetings? These coaches...
Well, I could believe that some things are being revealed in these meetings, but I also could believe that the moment Tom Brady zooms into these meetings, they know who he is. They know who he works for. And if Ben Johnson was willing to, give a play-by-play guy a little bit of something on the game coming up, and he plays the Raiders in 3 weeks, and Brady's now in the meeting, I'm not telling you what I was about to tell you.
What were you about to tell him?
You could have told him, wait till you see... How many times we're going to throw the ball to the running back in this game because they don't cover him. Something like that. I don't know.
Is it at all possible that they say that to Jim Nance?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
You think it's possible they say that to Jim Nance?
I think it's possible.
I do not think it's possible.
You don't think that they would give him little insights on how they're going to play the game?
Nope.
Then what are they in the meeting for?
To say they met with the coach. That's it.
That's it.
Just so Tony Romo on the broadcast can say, we talked with Sean McDermott this week, and he told us he loves Joey Bosa. Bosa works hard. This is a league that we just watched Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks is embedded with the team for a month. What was the most salacious piece of info we got out of a month embedded with Hard Knocks?
But that's just because the Bills didn't want certain things that would have been videotaped on the air.
Okay.
Right.
They're just the thing they don't want Hard Knocks to show on the air, they're just going to tell Tony Romo? I don't think so. I don't believe that these production meetings really reveal that much at all. That's my first part of this. Listen, as the chief Tom Brady hater, I love hating on Tom Brady. It's my favorite thing to do. I do not believe that he is actually getting some sort of advantage any more than he's just watching the game. He watches a game and sees a game and then can go to the Raiders and be like, hey, you know what? I saw the Commanders this week and I thought they did this. Can he not do that from his house? Can he not do that by just buying a ticket from using the All-22? He's basically a consultant / coach for the Raiders as a part-time owner, as a minority owner. Nothing wrong with that in my eyes. I don't think you actually have to care about it. If you want to be mad because it's Tom Brady, which I love to do, then I think you can do that. And maybe I'll sit here and play that I'm mad about it and I want the rules to not be bent for him, but it doesn't even feel like they're being bent for him. And you got to go a long way to convince me that these production meetings with a coach or a player are actually producing any information that could be weaponized in a month.
Would it be way worse for you if he was allowed to watch practice the way the other guys are?
Yes, but even that.
Yeah.
Look at the restriction placed on local media. They can watch to a certain point. You can see who's warming up, and then you go away. But you wouldn't let another team in there? Fine. You don't want another team in there to see stuff, and he is another team. He's the Raiders. So he's not allowed to watch practice. I'm good with that. Oh, and you got something there?
Yeah, the one thing that I kept hearing yesterday, I listened to a lot of different people talk about this because I was just interested in it, was it's not as much schematic stuff that would be the advantage as it is relationship, character, like sort of intangible stuff that you get from those meetings, those production meetings we're talking about. Like the film you watch, the film's the film, but you might be able to glean something from what a coach tells you about how he feels about a player that then you can apply and look at the film and go, oh,
sure,
I'm going to notice this guy a little more and maybe how they're utilizing this player, and then whether you want to chase after that player or use that schematic strategy in some way to apply to your team. I think that's where the conflict of interest comes in, that he is getting information about the intangible relationship side of the game that I don't think most other team owners would ever get out of anybody.
I wouldn't dispute for a second there's a conflict of interest. The question is, how bad does it actually look for the NFL, and does it lead to any sort of questionable integrity about the league? And that I just don't think so. So conflict of interest. Mike Florio has an axe to grind with this exact story as well. He wrote about this. It's the ultimate pro football pick a lane. Brady won't do it unless and until someone musters the nerve to make him do it. Like, you shouldn't be on the broadcast as an owner. You shouldn't have Jerry Jones on Fox during the games, because you're not getting a true, honest assessment. And that I get. I feel like the television side of it might be more compromised than the football side of it. And the television side, I don't think people care.
No, I mean, I don't think he's very good at it, personally. But and I don't really care.
And all these networks are already in bed with the league to begin with. ESPN just bought a portion of the NFL network, or vice versa, like that.
ESPN, they bought 10% of ESPN.
Yeah, the NFL network. The NFL did.
Yeah, and ESPN gets NFL network.
Sure, right.
Yeah.
So now they're together.
Right.
There are lots of conflicts of interest that you could point out and say, like, well, that doesn't look too good. What really comes of it? In this case, Florio pointed out that if the Raiders get good, it becomes a bigger story. And that the league shouldn't let it get to that point.
Right, the fact that it became a big story when they lost, and Geno Smith had the worst game of his career. It's a historically bad game for the amount of times he threw the ball down the field and never completed a pass down the field. It was a historic level of how bad he was in that game with Brady in the booth. Man, if they got good, imagine he did that in a playoff game, or he was seen there in the Super Bowl. It would be a story. And I guess it is a good question of how much value he really is deriving from these meetings. Because I would be skeptical, too, that he's getting a lot of game planning stuff. Stuff Owen's talking about, that might be more like, hey, you pick up on a coach or a GM not loving a guy as much as you thought, and maybe you tell your own guy, like, hey, we should go try and trade for that guy.
He's definitely getting game planning stuff. Like, he's definitely involved in the Raiders.
No, I know, but I mean from the other team. I mean from the production stuff.
Right, which I think they're not giving him for a single second. Pete Carroll confirms that Brady and Chip Kelly talk every week. Brady is a part of what they're doing. If you want to call him a coach, you want to call him a consultant. There was a report that he meets 3 times a week or so with Chip Kelly and goes over film with him. Now, Pete Carroll confirmed the claim, but disputed the specifics of it. That's not accurate. That's not accurate. That's not accurate 3 times. We have conversations. I talk to Tom. Chip talks to Tom regularly. I mean, we have a tremendous asset, so we all get along well. We respect each other, so we talk about life and football and whatever it comes. He has great insights. We're lucky to have him as an owner. He goes on to say that they don't meet, they just talk, or whatever.
They don't meet, they just talk?
Right. He said it's not. Okay. Well, this is Florio saying, like, it's not accurate to say Brady and Kelly meet. They don't. They talk. Okay. Right. Like, that's not accurate.
That means they talk on the phone. They don't actually go into a meeting room together. That's all the differences.
That's what Pete Carroll's kind of getting into. He's like, oh, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. They don't meet 3 times a week. Yeah, we talk. All right, whatever. So Brady's involved with the Raiders. He is part owner, and I don't know, are other former players jealous of A, the ownership stake, B, the hands in still in the whatever the you're involved in the making of the soup,
even the broadcasting stuff. He got $300 million without ever proving he could do it.
Right.
He got $300 million from Fox because of his name. So there could be jealousy on that front too. And also, to be fair, he's not necessarily the individual that deserves the benefit of the doubt on this kind of stuff, is he?
Well, it strikes me as hilarious that he went to a team that has a GM whose name is SpyTech.
Yeah, I heard the word SpyTech in that. I'm like, who? What? SpyTech?
What's this guy's name? SpyTech?
Right.
Love him. No, whatever. I love hating Brady. I love getting on Brady. I do think that this is a lot of pearl clutching for what? They're not. I don't think they're giving him information. I don't think these production meetings, that he's not even in the facilities. Like, if it were to stop, sure, fine. But I don't know. I'm ready to be wrong on this. I don't see any sort of wild scandal coming. The problem becomes the Raiders are the 1 seed. The game's on Fox. It wouldn't be, right? Because they're the AFC. All right.
No, sometimes they do that, right?
They've
been flip-flopping more recently.
Is that
the last
right?
Couple years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Raiders are in a big, important game, and he's on the broadcast. That can't happen. That's easy to avoid. That is just don't give him the Raiders. Now, is it?
I bet they're already doing that.
Right. Is it unavoidable? It's probably not that hard to keep Brady away from a Raider game.
No, right. But maybe if they get really good, and Fox in a couple of years is like, hey, we'd like to have Packers-Raiders.
All right, just
we want our A-team on that, but
you want your A-team, put Greg Olsen on the broadcast.
I was going to say Greg Olsen. Greg Olsen's the one who really should have a bone to pick on all of this, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm better at this than him. And look at him. He's the one getting all the money, and he's allowed to do both things. He just shouldn't have been allowed to do both things. That's really what it comes down to. He shouldn't be in the booth. He's not very good at it. He's getting way overpaid for it because of the money that he makes. He didn't even want to do it. He wanted to be the owner. He's probably only doing it because he got a giant check. Like, hey, want to do it for you don't want to do it, but you want to do it for $300 million? Anybody would say yes to that.
Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Bills-Dolphins on the way tomorrow, week 3. We mentioned earlier the Bills are like even money to be the 1 seed. There have been 2 games played, and just the way the AFC has fallen. Listen, everything could change in a week, in 4 days. Between the Bills, I don't think they're going to lose the Dolphins. But if they were to lose to the Dolphins and the Chargers beat the Broncos and go to 3-0, all of a sudden, all right, now you're behind that team and you don't play them. You would need them to lose games.
Yep. The only thing that you could argue maybe hasn't gone in their favor for the 1 seed, and I think this is a little thing, is that Baltimore's division looks a lot easier than it did a month ago.
That's right. Instead of being the gauntlet that might be, without Pittsburgh and Cleveland, but they both look kind of rough. And Cincinnati looks like they're toast, too.
That's what I mean. Baltimore could... They could sweep their division.
That's right.
And I would have told you a month ago, like they'll drop 2 games.
Yeah, 4-2, 5-1. Yeah, the Bills would be expected to sweep the division more so than Baltimore would have a week ago, and now it might be about a push.
Yep.
That's fair. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Bills and Dolphins, the last time, especially if they lose, probably the last time the Dolphins come to town. We kind of flirted with it yesterday, like your Bills-Dolphins memories.
Yeah.
And I thought about this. How many Bills fans, local especially for this question, have a Dolphins fan in the family? Haven't there been generations of, you know how family dynamics work, Joe? Like you've got a brother who's not a Bills fan, he's an Eagles fan, right?
Yeah.
And when I was growing up, we were all Syracuse basketball fans, but one sibling in the family, they like Georgetown. Because something about your family likes this team and whatever, the black sheep in the family decides, you know what, I like the other team. How many Bills fans have a Dolphins fan in the family that kind of got away and said, I'm not it for the Bills. I like the Dolphins. Whether it's the Marino Dolphins or it's the Drought Bills. I mean, the Dolphins weren't really that much better. But don't you feel like you occasionally run into the Dolphins fan that lives locally? I don't know how many there are. There might be more Patriots fans that kind of got away. Maybe they've come back to home. But
I wonder if they've kind of started fading away a little bit.
It was a phase?
Yeah, it's a phase, and now it's over. But when would it have been over for you? Because at this point, depends. If you were a fan of them because they were so great in the 70s, you're not going to quit on them now. Right?
No, right. I mean,
that's a lifetime thing.
Some bonds are strong, and even if times are tough,
because they've gone 25 years without winning a playoff game.
Right.
So, I don't know how many there are locally anymore. Right? Like, there's nobody my age group. I don't have a single friend that's a Dolphins fan.
Patriots? Like, did we have a generation where we lost a couple there to the Patriots?
Not to the Patriots, no.
Certainly not the Jets.
A couple Broncos, one Giants.
Yeah.
But no Patriots. Because that was just like, that would have been egregious bandwagoning, right? Like, and that's not the Miami thing. I could maybe listen to is, were they on TV all the time and nobody else was?
That happens a lot for a generation of fans.
Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, because by the time New England is good, you don't have that excuse anymore.
That's right.
And teams are on TV. You can get the Sunday ticket if you really want. Whereas in the 70s, if you just only were exposed to Dolphins football because they were on every week, that's a little bit more defendable. Still not great.
You were pretty young for the first couple Patriots Super Bowls, right?
Yeah.
You're saying like it would be egregious bandwagoning?
The first game I really remember watching as a kid, I would have been 6, is the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl.
Okay. Because one defining characteristic of the first couple Patriots Super Bowls was that people would say, I just really respect how they do it.
Yeah.
That was a defining,
And why was that? That was just because of what?
I don't know.
Because was that just being said because the quarterback wasn't seen as like a superstar yet?
Yeah, he's an underdog, 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a lot of that.
And meanwhile, they were cheating.
You got to respect them.
Respect while they were doing it. They were cheating.
They were trying to.
That was Spytech. Spytech's the GM. Spygate.
Gina in Delaware before the break. Hey, Gina, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just was commenting when you were talking about the Tom Brady thing, and I was saying to Joe, that is, because I just want to give a quick shout-out to WGR, Josh. Wherever you are, Josh, I miss you, and good luck to you. I didn't even know that they sound alike. So anyway, what I wanted to tell you is Tom Brady. We're splitting hairs here, guys. It is a freaking conflict of interest. There's no doubt about this. There is no doubt about the fact that this is a conflict of interest. And because it's Tom Brady, we just kind of turn our face. We make rules as we go. That's what we do. That's how policies are made. That's how policies are made in healthcare. Until something happens, it's not a problem. Until it happens, it's a problem. So we'll just keep an eye on this. But there's no doubt about it, guys. Don't fool yourselves. It is a conflict of interest. The other thing I wanted to say to you earlier in the week about me and my situation in Ravens country, guys, I can't stand what I'm hearing here. Do you know what I hear all the time? You guys got an easy schedule. Of course you're going to be number 1 seed. Of course you're going to the Super Bowl. That's what I hear. That is what I hear in Delaware. So you
They've given
guys,
up.
we know what's up. We know about our Bills. But I'm in a different perspective here in Raven country. Ravens have a tough schedule. Bills do not. And that doesn't make me feel good because I'm an OG. And I know what we've gone through as a Buffalo Bills nation, team, and fan base. And it's just not right. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, thanks, Gina. I would say that I couldn't tell you the strength of schedule of any single Super Bowl winner in the history of the league.
Mm-hmm.
No idea. And that's just a testament to, if anybody tries to take away any accomplishment by having an easy schedule, you can rest assured no one will remember that. No one. The 17-0 Patriots that lost in the Super Bowl, was their schedule tough? I have no idea. I mean, every one of these teams, especially the Ravens, they play first-place schedules. The Bills are playing a first-place schedule. You know whose schedule is easier than the Bills? The Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jets and the Dolphins. The Bills have a first-place schedule. They play the Ravens. They play the entire AFC North this year. But their crossover game against the West is the Chiefs. Right. If the Chiefs have a down year, like, sorry, they're a first-place team last year. So the schedule is a formula. Everybody plays the same formula. And pick a Super Bowl winner. Who won? The Chiefs have won 3. What their schedule look like? I have no idea. So
yep,
it's a heavy grasp at a straw. Don't care.
The closest you would have ever come was the Eagles if they had won after they didn't have to play a quarterback in the NFC Championship game.
That's right.
But even
it was just the playoffs. It was Daniel Jones and then
no quarterback.
No quarterback because Brock Purdy got hurt, and then they would have still had to beat the Chiefs.
Right.
So
and that probably would have got forgotten too over time.
Yep.
So,
I mean,
I don't think it'll be remembered. But it is a reason why you could help yourself win. I don't doubt that. You don't have to apologize for that.
No, it's just it's part of, you got to have things aligned for you. You got to be lucky. You got to not get hurt.
Especially for a team where it's about January anyway.
Yeah.
As if, okay, the Bills go 14-3 this year. Like, oh, they only did that because of their easy schedule.
Great.
Like, what about the last 5 years? It's not like if the Colts did that this year with the easiest schedule in the league and Daniel Jones, I might sit here and say they won't do it in January because of the easy schedule. But once you do it in January, that answers for any question about you having an easy regular season schedule.
The year the Titans were the 1 seed and got knocked out by Cincinnati in their first game?
Yes.
What was the Titans' strength of schedule?
Don't know.
Don't know. If they'd won the Super Bowl, you wouldn't know. They got knocked out in the first round. You still don't know.
Right.
You just remember what happened in the playoffs. So that's what I would say. Don't listen to those people. 803-0550. Thanks, Gina. Holding it down. And it sounds like those Ravens fans have given up. So, it's not too bad. We'll see what happens in the playoffs, though. 803-0550, checking in on the Dolphins with Alain Poupart, who covers the Dolphins. It's coming up next here on WGR with Jeremy and Joe. I didn't tell you about my dream yet.
Yeah, we got to hear about this.
Very quickly.
A Bills dream where you're on the Bills.
Have you ever had a dream you're on the Bills?
It's possible I have.
Me either. I did last night. This is going to be a point about buy-in because I'm a wide receiver. I play for the Bills. I don't know who we're playing. I'm on the team. This last night I had this dream. And I'm a wide receiver. And what is the dream about? It's really about one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in. All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me.
Right.
Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager, assistant to Satan, and how I've dreamed of running a Joe Brady route and blocking downfield.
Yep.
Honestly,
your shavers in training camp when he's running down the field and destroying.
You know how dreams will mix all these elements in, and who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu. Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my what, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
That would be funny.
It would be funny.
I think in your dream, what should be happening is Troy Polamalu should be lighting you up and putting you on the ground.
I'm a receiver in the NFL in this dream. Why is he doing that? All I got to do is get in the way.
Are you bigger? You're what? You're taller?
There's not a mirror. I'm just, I'm looking.
You don't even know.
I'm looking out my eyes. I'm a wide receiver in the NFL.
All right.
Playing for the Bills. Just trying to get in Troy Polamalu's way downfield.
I don't like this dream anymore. I love Troy
What's wrong with
Polamalu.
this dream? This is effort.
Did it turn into a nightmare where Gene Steratore then was analyzing your blocking technique and there was a flag thrown and it all turned into a mess? That's how you woke up?
And then I left the field and went up to the booth to meet with Gene. We got Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. You know what I found right out of the gate? Here.
What's that?
The stories on the Dolphins. It'll be fun to dig into the Dolphins for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Football Talk has 2 pieces up. The top 2 stories at profootballtalk.com are Dolphin stories. And the first is Tua Tagovailoa. Quote, I can't do half of what Josh Allen does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. We can get to more of that story if you want. And the other story is, for various Dolphins players, Mike McDaniel's job status was a press conference topic. They were asked a lot about the
His
coach.
job status.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've got quotes from player after player, from Patrick Paul to Jalen Waddle to, just Chop Robinson, about their belief in him and how things get. So, for those of you scoring at home, it's week 3. It's Wednesday of week 3.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins' top stories are the quarterback saying, I can't do what that guy does, and the entire team having to answer questions about, you think this guy's going to get fired? Tough times.
It beats, I guess, all the Tyreek Hill stuff that they've had to deal with in the recent weeks.
True.
Whether it's, him not getting named a captain and whether he's a locker room cancer, and then he's got more domestic violence allegations against him, which is a yearly occurrence with him. This is, I guess, bad, too. It just indicates, I think, that the coach is nearing the end.
Yeah.
Whether that end, though, is Friday or the end of the season, I'm not sure, but I think it's one of the two.
Yeah, or it's November.
Right, it's November at some point during the year. It's going to end.
Yeah.
It's all going to end. Quick injury update. The Bills will be at practice again today. Sean McDermott meets with Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock. We'll get injury designations. Matt Milano, the name to watch. Didn't practice Monday or Tuesday. McDermott did say yesterday, though, he has a chance to practice today with a pec injury, so we'll see a little bit later on. For Miami, they have a lengthy injury report. Most guys are limited. Storm Duck is not practicing. He didn't on Monday or Tuesday with an ankle injury. We'll get more of the details on what they're looking like for tomorrow with Alain Poupart coming up next. Elsewhere around the NFL, Aaron Jones placed on IR in Minnesota. He's got a hamstring injury. It's Jordan Mason season for the Vikings at running back. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Dude, he's top tier. You know, if it's not with his arm, it's with his legs. You know, that dude can do literally anything he wants. So definitely different skill set for me. I can't do half of what he does when it comes to running the ball and any of that. And then with how he can just chuck a ball down the field, you know, with how far and the arm strength that he has, you know, he's supreme when it comes to that. So it's going to be fun. Get to see him, get to play him again, and we'll see.
Tua Tagovailoa speaking on Josh Allen ahead of this matchup from Highmark Stadium. It'll be Bills and Dolphins tomorrow night, an 8:20 start. What did we decide? 8:15. You did this.
Just did this yesterday because I was getting screwed up with Sunday and Monday.
I got it. Thursday and Monday are 8:15. Yes. Sunday is 8:20.
There you go.
So it's 8:15. Sorry about that.
Why don't they just all start at the same time?
That's a good question. Tomorrow night from Highmark Stadium. Joining us on the Western Hotline to give us the Dolphins side of things and how things are there in Miami, Alain Poupart joins us. He of SI.com covering the Dolphins. Alan, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. How bad are things in Miami? The feeling around here seems to be we could be watching Mike McDaniel's last game if it goes poorly. Do you think that's in the cards? Is that possible?
Good morning, and first, before I answer the question, I just want to say I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who gets confused with 8:15, 8:20,
right.
8:12, 8:30. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not alone.
To get back to your question, I think if the game goes really bad, if the Dolphins look like they looked in their opener against the Colts, I think everything's on the table. I think if the Dolphins are competitive, even if they lose to go to 0-3, I don't know if I'd expect anything drastic to happen after the game. And if they do something, their next game next week, not only do they have the extra days because they play Thursday night, well, their next game is the following Monday night against the Jets. So if you were to make that drastic a move, you have time to do it again. But to me, I sense that there's a feeling here that maybe it happens, but only if the game goes really, really bad for the Dolphins.
Yeah, it does feel like, though, Alan, like they've maybe entered into a territory where it's a game. Is it a game by game thing? Like, let's say they do play close, like they lose the game, but it's competitive. You'll get the same questions next week, I'm sure, about like them going into the Jets game. Like, well, if they lose this one, it could be it. And if they lose to the Panthers, this could be it. Is it feel like it's week to week now, where maybe he's down to his last straw?
Yes and no. I think the other issue is also you have to do the logistics. You have to look at the logistics of the timing of making an in-season coaching change, which is why you always look if they have a long week, their bye's not until week 12. And again, we have to see how it goes. I mean, I don't think that Stephen Ross, the owner, is going to want to see this team look bad, which in turn kind of makes him look bad because it's his team week after week. And week one was an abomination against the Patriots. They had a stretch where they played very, very well, but then down the stretch when they have two drives where they need to score and to have operational issues where you have a false start and a delay game on two consecutive drives, that's borderline embarrassing. And that's what can't happen. So if they get, like, even if they were to say, let's say they're competitive against the Bills, lose, they're 0-3, they play against the Jets, they lose, but again, they're without those embarrassing moments like we saw against the Colts, like we saw against the Patriots. I don't know that it's necessarily fair to say, well, okay, is this a week? Is this a week? Is this a week?
Yeah. Alan, regarding Mike McDaniel, I think, there's no doubt he's not exactly like the prototypical model of coach in the NFL of years past, but a very bright football mind. And at the start, things appear to be going really well. There seems to be this belief that maybe he's lost the room. I saw a number of players kind of taken up for him yesterday. Maybe that's just lip service. What kind of sense do you get about his ability to just be a head coach versus a coordinator? There are plenty of guys in this league that have made it at the head coach spot, and it turns out they're just really best fit to be a coordinator. What's your sense on McDaniel for that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. It's a good point because that was the question when the Dolphins hired him out of San Francisco in 2022. Zero question about his football acumen. Zero question about the X's and O's and all that. Very smart guy. Can he lead a room? And 4 years after the fact or 3 years after the fact, that question still remains. And when things were going well early on, because you have to remember, he got off to good starts. His first year with the Dolphins, they started off 3-0. In 2023, they started off 3-0 as well. Last year, again, sometimes I always forget how quickly, but I know they won their opener. So it's been when adversity has hit that's kind of the true measure of a coach. The Dolphins did show some great resolve last year, coming back from 2-6 to win 6 in a row. But they've always come up short against the really good teams or down the stretch, and then this year it's just gone off the rails from the start. And the question still remains, is Mike McDaniel one of those guys who's just destined to be a great coordinator and not necessarily head coach material?
On the field, Alan, what's overreaction and what's truth? The Dolphins' defense I've seen described as it could be historically bad. At least it's given signs of that maybe in the first 2 weeks. How bad is the defense going to be in what Bills fans see tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that's the overreaction. It was brutal in the first 2 games. There is absolutely no getting around that. Pass rush, which was supposed to be the strength of the team with their 4 legitimate pass rushers, Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Matthew Judon, Chop Robinson. Dolphins have 4 sacks in 2 games, an average of 2 a game. Not going to get it done. And when they're not getting to the quarterback, they're not really affecting the quarterback. So it's not just the sack numbers. They have 0 takeaways. And this was a problem from last year as well when they were 4th in the NFL in total defense, but their takeaway numbers was very low. And they lost Jalen Ramsey, who was by far their best cornerback, and now have a group that is, politely I'd say, questionable. They lost Calais Campbell, who even at 73 years old is still a really, really good defensive lineman. And they replaced him kind of with 3 rookie draft picks who may become good in time, but certainly are not impact players yet. So, no, I don't think the defense is the nightmare that it's been in the first 2 games. But at some point, the perception is going to become reality if it doesn't turn around. And maybe Thursday night tonight where it happens and they play better defensively.
Yeah, Alan, what's the formula for Miami to win it? Is it run the ball with Achane effectively and find a way to get your stops? I mean, they've not won a game here in the Sean McDermott era, and they're looking for win number 1 against McDermott in Buffalo. So what is the game script that leads them there?
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to be accused of being an overly optimistic Dolphin dude, but no, they haven't won since 2016. They have come close 3 different times. The 2022 Saturday night game was 32-29. That playoff game after the end of that year was 34-31 with Skylar Thompson at quarterback, I might add. And then last year, the game was in doubt until the last drive and that unfortunate unsportsmanlike conduct, unnecessary roughness on Jordan Poyer. So they have come close, and the formula's basically been that their offense gets humming a little bit. And again, as I mentioned, we saw that for the good solid 2 quarters against the Patriots, where the offense looked like the offense of 2022 and 2023 with some throws about 15, 20 yards down the field. There was a long pass to Tyreek Hill. That was his first, that's been said over and over again, his first catch of longer than 30 yards since the 24 opener. They have not run the ball. That certainly would make life easier, and just get a turnover at one point on defense would help as well. That's the formula. And if the game comes down to the fourth quarter drive, let's see if we can avoid a false start or a delay game.
Yeah, right. Alain Poupart, SI.com. Alan, thanks so much for the time, and enjoy the game on Thursday.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Alain Poupart on the West Her Hotline.
Hey, if it's going to come down to them needing a turnover, that's a tough life to live.
It is.
Against the Bills right now. They've won the turnover battle 24 games in a row. So
NFL record. They're due to lose it somewhere. What's the most?
I don't see it happening
What's
tomorrow,
the
though.
most likely way they lose it? Like 1-0?
Sure.
A fumble? Special teams fumble?
Right.
I don't know.
Oh, does that would count towards
yeah,
it,
turnovers
right?
count. Yeah. I don't know to put that.
Imagine they lose the
evil out in the
that,
universe.
but they lose that streak on a special teams play rather than an offensive play.
Right. Could happen this week. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast, his all 22 takeaways from the Jets game and previewing this matchup with Miami. We'll get to that. We'll talk a lot about Bosa and his potential impact here. Joey Bosa off to a great start with the Bills, of course. Things are looking up for the Bills pass rush. I also just, out of nowhere, Joe, looked for 2025 NFL trade deadline candidates.
Already?
Well,
all right.
We talked about it earlier. I got thinking, if they're on track to be the 1 seed, it's their best shot ever. And would Bean just think, who's the best player I can add? What position might it be? Again, like, we've got weeks to find out what it'll be. And the Bills have reinforcements coming still. In Hoyt, Ogunjobi, Hairston, players still coming back. But, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, would he want to go in? Didn't he say on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast his regret was not getting Vaughn the year the Rams got him?
Yep.
That year, instead of Vaughn, what do they do? Nothing. So if they're set up for another year, maybe they don't feel they need a pass rusher. Maybe it's a corner. I mean, it really might be a corner. If Hairston is slow to come along.
Yeah, wherever they might have an injury, maybe it's a linebacker.
Maybe. Could be anything.
If Milano can't stay healthy, and there's a great linebacker out there, it might just come down to whatever they've had injured by then.
Greg Newsome's the name I got here for. Actually, how about this? ProFootballNetwork.com. I'm just going through the candidates for trades, and Greg Newsome, cornerback Browns, is on the list. Potential landing spots, Buffalo Bills.
All right.
So, you heard it here first. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-552-550 on WGR. Alain Poupart joins us. He of SI.com covering the Dolphins. Alan, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. How bad are things in Miami? The feeling around here seems to be we could be watching Mike McDaniel's last game if it goes poorly. Do you think that's in the cards? Is that possible?
Good morning. And first, before I answer the question, I just want to say I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who gets confused with 8:15, 8:20,
right.
8:12, 8:30. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not alone.
To get back to your question, I think if the game goes really bad, if the Dolphins look like they looked in their opener against the Colts, I think everything's on the table. I think if the Dolphins are competitive, even if they lose to go to 0-3, I don't know if I'd expect anything drastic to happen after the game. And if they do something, their next game next week, not only do they have the extra days because they play Thursday night, well, their next game is the following Monday night against the Jets. So if you were to make that drastic a move, it's the ideal time to do it again. But to me, I sense that there's a feeling here that maybe it happens, but only if the game goes really, really bad for the Dolphins.
Yeah, it does feel like, though, Alan, like they've maybe entered into a territory where it's a game. Is it a game by game thing? Like, let's say they do play close, like they lose the game, but it's competitive. You'll get the same questions next week, I'm sure, about like them going into the Jets game. Like, well, if they lose this one, it could be it. And if they lose to the Panthers, this could be it. Is it feel like it's week to week now, where maybe he's down to his last straw?
Yes and no. I think the other issue is also you have to do the logistics. You have to look at the logistics of the timing of making an in-season coaching change, which is why you always look at if they have a long week, their bye's not until week 12. And again, we have to see how it goes. I mean, I don't think that Stephen Ross, the owner, is going to want to see this team look bad, which in turn kind of makes him look bad because it's his team week after week, and week one was an abomination.
I didn't tell you about my dream yet.
Yeah, we got to hear about this
Very quickly.
A Bills dream where you're on the Bills.
Have you ever had a dream you're on the Bills?
It's possible I have.
Me either. I did last night. This is going to be a point about buy-in because I'm a wide receiver. I play for the Bills. I don't know who we're playing. I'm on the team. This is last night I had this dream. And I'm a wide receiver. And what is the dream about? It's really about one play. What am I doing? Running down the field blocking for James Cook. I'm buying in. All effort, baby. Look at how Joe Brady's even convinced me. You know?
Right.
Even in my dreams. It's like when Dwight Schrute dreams about being the assistant to the manager, assistant to Satan. And how I've dreamed of running a Joe Brady route and blocking downfield.
Yep.
Honestly,
your shavers in training camp when he's running down the field and destroying.
You know how dreams will mix all these elements in. And who are you blocking? Troy Polamalu. Cook got to the second level, and I see Polamalu trying to take the angle, and I'm trying to get there for Cook to take the cutback.
How did it go?
I got the job done, man.
Come on.
It's my way. What, you think of my dream? I'm taking a holding penalty or something?
That would be funny.
It would be funny.
I think in your dream, what should be happening is Troy Polamalu should be lighting you up and putting you on the ground.
I'm a receiver in the NFL in this dream. Why is he doing that? All I got to do is get in the way.
Are you bigger? You're what? You're taller?
There's not a mirror. I'm just I'm looking.
You don't even know.
I'm looking out my eyes. I'm a wide receiver in the NFL.
All right.
Playing for the Bills. Just trying to get in Troy Polamalu's way downfield.
I don't like this dream anymore. I love Troy
What's wrong with
Polamalu.
this dream? This is effort.
Did it turn into a nightmare where Gene Steratore then was analyzing your blocking technique and there was a flag thrown and it all turned into a mess? That's how you woke up?
And then I left the field and went up to the booth to meet with Gene. Sometimes we remember anniversaries. I saw yesterday from Chris Creamer at sportslogos.net that yesterday was the anniversary of the Sabres revealing the slug.
All right.
19 years since they introduced the slug.
I remember where I was.
You
was
do?
At a friend's house. We saw it on a desktop computer that was probably from 1996. Yeah.
Was it tweeted out? Was it on the internet? How did they reveal it?
Sabres.com, I'm sure, was where I saw it. I don't think there wasn't Twitter. There was 19 years ago? No, there wasn't Twitter.
It might have been out, but not everybody was hanging out on it.
No.
For sports.
No, right. I remember thinking it was fake at first. My friend would have showed me this is a fake one.
Yeah. Twitter was launched July of 2006, so there was no Twitter. Oh no, there was.
There was Twitter, but just nobody.
4 months old.
Nobody
2 months old.
I can
do some math quick.
It's grown on me over time, but I think it's just because that's what they wore the last time they were good.
No, they wore the dark blues. They were good. They won a division in those.
No, that was the slug. They won the division
right.
wearing the slug.
You're right. The Myers was, and then the next year they made the playoffs as a 7 seed.
I think it's just the results, but I see that uniform now, and I'm like, yeah, those are good years.
President's Trophy, 2 down years, and then
playoffs again.
A division, yeah.
Right? Like I think of Vanek, I think of Pominville, like I think of Miller, like those are good years. I don't have any nostalgia left to play off of that because they now wear black and red and they wear the classic uniforms and they still stink.
Will they ever bring back the slug?
Man, that's a tough one.
They won the President's Trophy in it.
That's a tough one. I'll say yes.
Okay. As I was looking at this piece,
they don't have any other. If they ever wanted to do something nostalgic, that's the only card they have left to play. It was bad, a bad logo, but I think if they wore it a couple of times, people would be okay with that.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't the Bruins bring back the Pooh Bear? Didn't they do that?
I don't know.
If
I'll
that
take
can be
your word
brought
for it.
back, and they hated that in Boston. They brought that. You know what that was, though? Remember they did the reverse retro thing? It was like a series.
Yeah.
So we're going to need like a series where like they wear a black and red slug.
The Sabres brought back the butter knives, one.
They did, yeah. Yeah, in white, though, which was stupid.
That was reverse retro. As I'm looking at it really up close again, like looking at the slug, the buffalo with the horns, I think, it might have been close to a good logo. Like a slightly different version of it might have been okay.
Like if it had limbs?
That might have helped. I don't know what would have helped.
They forgot about the limbs.
It's that the navy is wrong. The yellow is more of like a maize gold.
My biggest problem with the jersey wasn't even the logo; it was all the silver.
There's a lot of silver.
So much silver.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
They had the armpits and the piping and they call it gussets. Is that what it's called? It's like a gusset. I don't know. The alternate logo, by the way, is one that has made it through and survived and is good, and that's the bee with the sword through it. That is a good logo.
Yeah. Let me ask this. If they had won the Cup in 2007, would they still be wearing the slug?
No.
No?
No.
They would have changed?
Maybe they would have gone back. Also,
but I'll guarantee you if they had won the Cup, they would have gone back to it at some point.
Oh, for sure. I'm also looking at the history of the logo and remembering, the timelines here at sportslogos.net, they have all the timelines of their primary logo, right? So it's the Sabres and the Cross Swords from 70 to 95 and 96. 96, it goes goat head. Then there's a second version of the goat head. They changed it in 99-2000, slug for 3 years. And then from 2010 to 2019, that's when they went back to the Cross Swords Buffalo with the dark blue.
Yeah.
I hated that.
That was their third jersey for 2 years, though.
I hated how dark it was.
It was so dark.
You'd watch games and think you're watching the Bruins.
Oh, yeah.
And then they went to the royal blue, and it's they've been there since 2020.
And this is probably where they'll live forever.
Yeah, I would think so. With, flirting with black and red often. 803-0550. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. He'll join us on the other side for our Wednesday game preview. We're a little closer to the game, of course, with the Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. So he'll get some all-22 takeaways from the Jets game, the 30-10 win, and then push forward into Miami. What the Bills have to do, the path to victory. They are big favorites for a team they always seem to beat and that is reeling right now. So stay tuned. Joe Marino coming up here on the other side on WGR. Jeremy White here to remind you, when it comes to your insurance, we got Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. You know what I found right out of the gate? Here.
What's that?
The stories on the Dolphins. We've fun to dig into the Dolphins for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Football Talk has 2 pieces up. The top 2 stories at profootballtalk.com are Dolphin stories. And the first is Tua Tagovailoa. Quote, I can't do half of what Josh Allen does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. We can get to more of that story if you want. And the other story is, for various Dolphins players, Mike McDaniel's job status was a press conference topic. So they were asked a lot about The
his
coach.
job status.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've got quotes from player after player, from Patrick Paul to Jalen Waddle to, just Chop Robinson, about their belief in him and how things get. So, for those of you scoring at home, it's week 3. It's Wednesday of week 3.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins' top stories are the quarterback saying, I can't do what that guy does, and the entire team having to answer questions about, you think this guy's going to get fired? Tough times.
It beats, I guess, all the Tyreek Hill stuff that they've had to deal with in the recent weeks. Whether it's, him not getting named a captain and whether he's a locker room cancer, and then he's got more domestic violence allegations against him, which is a yearly occurrence with him. This is, I guess, bad, too. It just indicates, I think, that the coach is nearing the end.
Yeah.
Whether that end, though, is Friday or the end of the season, I'm not sure, but I think it's one of the two.
Yeah, or it's November.
Right, it's November at some point during the year. It's going to end.
Yeah.
It's all going to end. Bills and Dolphins tomorrow on Thursday Night Football. Give you the injury report, which we'll get more on from Sean McDermott. He'll join Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show this morning at 10. We'll get game designations, and the player watching for the most is Matt Milano. Didn't practice Monday or Tuesday with a pec injury. However, McDermott did say yesterday that Milano has a chance to practice today. So we'll see on that in a couple of hours. Ed Oliver also did not practice. Cam Lewis and Taron Johnson, along with Shaq Thompson, the Bills' backup linebacker, were all limited. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. On the Dolphins report, Jalen Waddle picked up a limited participant at practice yesterday after practicing in full Monday. He's dealing with a shoulder injury. Chop Robinson and Darren Waller also limited for Miami. Elsewhere around the NFL, Aaron Jones for Minnesota is going to miss a minimum of 4 games. He's been placed on IR with a hamstring injury, so it's Jordan Mason season with the Vikings. Also, Mike Catalana from 13 Wham Sports reporting this morning that the PGA Championship is going to come back to Oak Hill Country Club in Pittsford in 2035. Mike reporting that this morning. Was last there in 2023. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I did do my research, of course, being in that situation of trying to pick a team, see where, because I've already was on 2, want to make sure that everybody wants to find a home, but I did, and watching the film from last year, you could see that, the guys were making big plays and so many people at that, doing that, you would see all different guys catching the ball, all different guys running the ball and doing well at it. It wouldn't just be Cook, be the other 2 back there going crazy, so just seeing that, I think, makes anybody excited, knowing that you'll have a chance and an opportunity to show it and then to help and to impact. 'Cause at the end of the day, when we leave the games and we talking with our brothers about, oh, remember that play, or remember this play and how good that was, or even things that we got to learn from it, I think is one of the best parts.
Elijah Moore on One Bills Live talking about how the Bills spread around. Worth noting right now, on carries for running backs, Cook 34, Ray Davis 10, Ty Johnson 4. Is that
probably close to in line with what last year was?
Cook got 3 times as many as the next? You might be right.
You might be right. It's a little more than
they might have just leaned on him.
Year.
And, we're 2 games in, so we'll see how things kind of balance out. And, if somebody misses a game, does somebody catch up? Does Ray Davis had the game against the Jets last year where he got the most of the game.
Last year, it was 207 for Cook, 113 for Davis.
Okay, so that's definitely not what it is right now. But again, 2 games in. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, and the Herd Mentality Substack, his All 22 goes out each week. Great information, great stuff, great asset. Joe joins us here on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills-Dolphins. Joe, good morning. Good to have you on again. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. Short week, everything's smushed together, but we're getting it done.
Yeah. Let's quickly review the Jet game, and maybe we focus on a couple individuals here. James Cook, of course, had a huge day, but I'll ask you about Joey Bosa, who, going into the game, I know you had predicted that maybe Bosa would have a big day. He flashed against the Ravens, showed some ability to win from the edge, and now he has another big day and another forced fumble. And I wonder, if you're thinking about projecting him for the year, how much better this could get, how much of a game wrecker he could be, or is he just a kind of a cog on an improved defensive line? So what do you make of Bosa 2 games in, and where could it get to?
Yeah, I'm really excited about where Bosa's at, and I thought he really turned it on late last season. You could tell he was healthy and looked like the vintage Joey Bosa, and I think he's really kind of carried that over into the early season here in Buffalo. And he's on his game. He's obviously a very talented football player. It's a top 5 NFL draft pick that's had a lot of production in the NFL. It's really just been about injuries. But you saw him get healthy late last year. He's actually said that's where he started to feel got his best. And then he's been healthy to start this season. And you just see him getting off the ball with a lot of quickness and a lot of confidence. He's powerful. His rush moves are well-timed. And you've heard him recently talk about just the fit in Buffalo, whether it's, the actual defense and getting back to playing hand in the dirt 4-3 defensive end, where, for the Chargers, he really played 3-4 outside linebacker and was in a 2-point stance. And you heard him in his press conference a couple days ago talk about just and he's in a 2-point stance. He never felt like his feet were right, and he's trying to get it in the right position, and it takes away from his get off. But when he's in a 3-point, he can really get off the ball, and he's playing more tighter alignments, right, which gets him closer to the action, which he really likes. And so, like, that fit in the defense is something that Bosa is obviously excited about. But I just also think there's a mental side and a human side to Joey Bosa, and I'm not going to slander the Chargers. I don't think that's necessary. But you could tell that he's reinvigorated with his trip to Buffalo. And, a guy that getting back to that college atmosphere that he played at Ohio State, obviously what Bills Mafia and that environment's like. But, getting away, right, something new, a new challenge, refocus, resetting. He's talking about his fiance and how she's enjoying the area, and they're talking about watching the ducks in their backyard. And, all of these things matter. He's talking about, he's never been so connected to his teammates. He's never been so happy after a win. The guy has some new energy about him. So you get this really talented football player in a new spot. He's healthy. He's on his game. He's playing in the type of scheme that unlocks more of who he is. He even said in his press conference this week, he's like, my body type is just so much better for what they're asking me to do here in Buffalo. So it's a really nice situation. I think you're seeing just kind of the tip of the iceberg of what he can do. And where I get excited is how this defense continues to improve and what that means for a guy like Joey Bosa, whether it's some of the reinforcements that are going to come, whether it's just its defense settling into a new style, and it's very much a new style. You're seeing 3 linebackers, you're seeing heavy boxes, you're seeing blitzing, you're seeing man coverage. There's a lot of new on this defense, and as it continues to settle into what it needs to be, I think you'll see more and more playmaking from Bosa. So great start, stay healthy, and I think the best is still yet to come.
Quickly on Bosa, a little more on when you say body type, how the Bills are asking him to do things a little differently than the Chargers might have.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really comes down to he's playing hand in the dirt 4-3 defensive end with the Bills. And, Bosa is what's he listed at? 6'5", 280. You talk about outside linebackers in a 3-4. Those are 6'4", 240, super like lean and bendy guys. And, Bosa's a pretty complete player, but he's a power player at his core. And for him to be able to be in tighter alignments, right? Not as much stand up outside of tight ends. He's playing more in a 6-eye, which is, kind of inside of that tight end, puts him tighter, right? It reduces those angles for him based on alignment. So it's more tailored for what his skill set is. And you could tell he's excited about it based on what he said this past week.
The second and third level of the defensive performance, Joe, they stopped the run, they stopped the pass. You saw the corners get in even on run stops in the backfield. It felt like even behind Bosa and the D-line that everyone behind them had a great game too.
Yeah, it was a really cohesive defensive performance. I thought Bobby Babbitt simplified some things and just they played a lot better. And I think a lot of that is who they played, right? The Jets are not a team that you look at offensively and think much of their talent. When you talk about weapons, it's Garrett Wilson. That's about it. You've got Justin Fields, who he's on his third team after being a high first round pick for a reason, right? He's got his own limitations. It's game 2 of this entire system, right? And you get ahead by 10 by 2 scores, really, with 10 minutes into the game, and that puts the Jets into a style of game that they don't want to play, right? So I think there was a lot of game script and talent issues that helped the Bills play better. But I think that's important. Like, you want this team to start to find some confidence defensively to buy into what they're being asked to do. And so, yeah, I think you certainly are mindful of the context of the game, but you want to build some momentum. It's kind of been the conversation is you had a bad matchup against Baltimore in week 1. Then you kind of have this opportunity to find your stride and get some schedule softens up a little bit. And, so far the Bills are taking advantage of that, and I like where it's headed.
The matchup with Miami, we can sometimes talk about Baltimore as a bad matchup, maybe in large part because Baltimore is good at what they do, not just because of what they do. For Miami, it's an offense that has had some success in the McDaniel era and the Tua Tagovailoa era, but the matchup against the Bills seems like it's never really been that good for them. What is it about the Bills that they're able to do with Tua and a Mike McDaniel offense that leads them to consistently beat them?
Well, I hate to just go with the game script route, but I think it's really important. The Dolphins and a lot of the teams in the AFC East, they're very game script dependent, right? The games have to go a certain way for them to be successful. And, Tua's a limited quarterback. But when he can play in rhythm, right, which is a lot of their scheme throws and first read, get the ball out. He's got a quick release. He's accurate on short throws. He makes, he's a good anticipatory player. He can operate in that rhythm. He can be really effective. And then, it's also what they can do to complement their run game, right? It's a potent run game. But the problem is they can never stay in a game script that allows them to play the style they want to against the Bills in particular. A lot of times, whether it's their defense giving up points early and now all of a sudden they're in a deficit and they can't play the style of offense, or Mike McDaniel, I think he's got his own major game management issues where he chases it so bad, right? Like he has no patience whatsoever. If he senses that, there's some leakage going on and they're going to have to come back and score some points, like he searches and chases it, and it takes it out of like the rhythm of what they need to do. So I think it's game script. I think it's how Mike McDaniel fails to stay patient with how he plays games. And then, just the limitations that Tua has are, I think, exacerbated whenever you are in these type of game scripts where you're chasing points and you're trying to go blow for Josh Allen. And so I think it's a bad matchup for Miami in terms of style of play. And with how good Josh is at scoring points and the stress that puts on that offense, I just don't think they're able to play their style of game, and the Bills tend to pour it on.
Would you expect any different wrinkles from Miami offensively, Joe? Like when you look back at their matchups with the Bills, how different do they look in what they're trying to do game to game against the Bills, who have mostly had pretty good success defensively against them? There was the game last year where it comes down to a 60-yard field goal where they weren't terrible, but the Bills have mostly had the answers for Mike McDaniel.
Well, I think that might be the problem with Miami is there's too many wrinkles. I listened to Joe Brady. He said something this week that really spoke to me. He said, I don't believe in eye candy. He says, I believe in everything being intentional. And I don't think Mike McDaniel agrees with him, and I think that's probably an issue. And I think Mike McDaniel's answer has always been to throw wrinkles at things instead of just being good at what you do. And, I just look at this coaching staff. They have Mike McDaniel's a head coach and play caller. They have an offensive coordinator. They have a passing game coordinator. They have a senior passing game coordinator. They have a run game coordinator. It's like, how many cooks do you need in the kitchen for an offense that's in year 4 under Mike McDaniel that can't get out of its own way when it comes to procedural issues and having the right amount of players in the huddle and getting play calls in on time and motion being timed up correctly to not get delayed game penalties or not going forward at the snap. It's like embarrassing how many issues this team just has procedural. And so I think there's a simplification that needs to happen with Miami. And that was the whole appeal, is like you continue with continuity. You don't have Jonnu Smith, but you have Tua and Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and Achane and your center's back. Like there's some good continuity in some spots here for Miami. And you feel like you're watching a team that's in their first year of the system. And so, I think there's a simplification more than wrinkles needed for Miami to have a better chance of being consistent with their offense.
Joe Marino joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills-Dolphins as the Bills look to continue their domination of this team. Joe, looking around the league, I kind of want to get your thoughts on some other contenders. We've spent so much time on the Chiefs over the years, and of course the Ravens have entered that mix as well. And the Bills' pursuit of the 1 seed, here we are 2 weeks in, and it looks like things are setting up very nicely. There could be a couple other wrinkles, one of which is the Chargers. And I want to know if you believe in them and what they're doing right now. 2-0 and doing it in a way that they don't normally do it. They're throwing the ball a lot and a lot more than any other team. So how about a matchup there? Like if a hypothetical Bills-Chargers matchup, what do you like about the Chargers? How real are they? And what would that matchup look like, do you think?
Yeah, I give the Chargers a lot of credit. I think you make a good point there where their style is just different than what you expected, where they're throwing the ball a ton. And nobody likes to hype up their players more than Harbaugh, right? And he's calling Derwin James the greatest safety he's ever seen. I'm sure you've seen some of his quotes on Herbert. Wants this guy to marry his daughter, it sounds like, and so you forget that Herbert passed for 5,000 yards in his second season, right? Like, he's a guy that's capable of being a high-volume passer. I think that the goofy coaching of Brandon Staley, really kind of took away from his development and the overall effectiveness and success of what that team should have been with a quarterback like Herbert. So I buy in on Herbert. I've watched Herbert plenty of times and think, boy, that guy's one of those different ones, right? That can be a catalyst, a reason why you win games. He's unbelievably gifted. And, the receivers have really come on, right? McConkey's a dude, and Quentin Johnson has really emerged, and Keenan Allen like he's at home with the Chargers. He's a meaningful piece of what they could do. And you kind of think about Greg Roman and Harbaugh, and you think about running the ball, right? They got a first-round running back in Omarion Hampton and a good offensive line, but that really hasn't been effective for them at all. It's been throwing the ball. And I'm sure that gives them more and more confidence to be this type of team. And really, when Herbert got back from injury last year, their pass rate over expectation was skyrocketing, right? Like number one, and it continues to be number one. So I like where their offense is at. I think their run game will get better. Defensively is kind of where I have some questions. Obviously I think they've played the Chiefs. Like, let's be honest, spent 2.5 years of like average offense, and then the Raiders. And I don't think that's a real operation quite yet with all the new parts of their offense. So, they were really good defensively to start last year, and then, I think that got exposed later on. And I have questions about their talent. Like, I don't know about their D-line talent. I don't know about their corner talent. I don't know if they have another linebacker to go with Deion Henley. So I think they have some questions to answer there. But, year two in their scheme defensively with some new pieces, I'm sure they'll want to hit their stride. But, yeah, I take the Chargers seriously. I really do. And I'm sure they have a lot of confidence in who they are and, the style of football they're playing lately.
Khalil Mack with that injury could hurt, too, depending on what happens there. Do you, after seeing the Chiefs through 2 weeks, do you think they're going to have a tough time tracking the Chargers down 2 games back already?
Yeah, I do. The Chiefs have had the 15th scoring offense each of the last 2 years, right? They don't run the ball well. They don't have an explosive element to their passing game. Mahomes off script is still really good. And he can make things happen. He could be a magician, but they're not supporting him with a run game, right? And I mean, we're watching the NFL, right? Everyone's watching the NFL. Like, you got to be able to run the ball. They can't do it. He's been their leading rusher the last 2 games, and that's not really going to work. And, I mean, maybe the receivers will all come back healthy and it'll take off where it needs to go. But the sample size is growing here of a lackluster passing offense that doesn't score a ton of points and can't run the ball. And now you got a pass rush that's not showing up defensively. That's going to put a lot of stress on a defense that wants to run man coverage and blitz. And I think they're a little undermanned with their pass rush right now, and they got some questions offensively. And I think there's some tension, right? I mean, we're watching the Chiefs, right? It's Travis Kelce, getting mad at the offensive line, and Travis Kelce gives the ball to the Eagles, and he's making mistakes, and you got Drew Tranquil and Chris Jones, at odds with each other. Chris Jones freelances, goes inside, loses the game. There's some things going on, right?
Yeah.
I'll be the last guy on planet Earth to rule out the Chiefs, but you're lying to yourself if you don't see some issues right now.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast joining us here. Joe, back to the Bills before I let you go. The everybody eats scenario, it's working. We heard from Elijah Moore there at the top of the segment. And I wonder what your thoughts are on 2 players, guys that we would think would be a big part of this that, they have to different degrees here. First, Dalton Kincaid. I know you've been bullish on him as a big feature of this offense, and when the other pieces line up for him, whether that's Allen being better for Kincaid or them putting him in better spots, if you think that's all still coming. And then also on Shakir, who when he caught his pass against the Jets, I thought like, oh, that's right, Khalil Shakir. Like, are you seeing maybe the high ankle sprain, does he look on film to be a little bit like he's kind of still working through it coming back? So on Kincaid and Shakir as the season moves on from here.
Well, Shakir on that catch and run for a first down, it looked like that ankle looked pretty good to me, right? He was the yards after catch guy that we love in Khalil Shakir. I think with Shakir in particular, I think that's where I get excited about how the offense can improve, right? You expect a bigger role from Khalil Shakir, and boy, he's a skilled player. And obviously I think there's more production for him to be had in this offense. I think that's definitely going to come. And as for Kincaid, the tight ends are just a big part of this equation, right? We kind of talked about it for years, but this trio, they're playing them all. These guys are playing a ton of snaps, and they're critical for the foundation of the run scheme. But then they're getting some opportunities to catch a ball a little bit as well. And so, obviously Kincaid's the most talented receiving threat. I think we were reminded of some of the variants that can exist when you throw the ball to Dawson Knox. Hawes is certainly, his 2 targets. He looks pretty good on both of those catches, but really the guy that could be the difference maker is Kincaid. And I think he's off to a good start. I wonder if the volume will ever be there for any one player, that's not Josh Allen or James Cook in this offense. But it's about opportunities and what guys do with them. And it feels like that's been a good story to tell so far for Kincaid.
Yeah. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. We'll chat again next week. Joe, thanks for the time, of course, and enjoy the game tomorrow night.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Joe Marino. Find him where you get your podcast, Locked On Bills, and, of course, thejoemarino.com for all the stuff he does, the herd mentality, where he posts the L22 video, bunch of stuff from Joe, always top-notch.
Here's something funny on the Dolphins. On August 31st, they tweeted out and posted on YouTube, Under the Sun, episode 1 of our new behind-the-scenes show that'll be on Tuesdays on YouTube. They tweeted that out on August 31st. They have not posted another episode since then. 2 weeks later. Dolphins fans yelling, where is it? Where's the behind-the-scenes show? Did they just think people would forget about it? And maybe we don't do this after the fact. Because we got smoked by the Colts.
Right.
Do we really want to show everybody the behind-the-scenes of that?
Behind-the-scenes, yeah.
And then we lost to the Patriots.
Interesting.
Just not do it. Let's just not do it and see if anybody picks up on it.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550.
It's also Patrick Mahomes' 30th birthday today.
Old!
And it's Alex Ovechkin's 40th birthday today.
30. Mahomes 30.
Mahomes is 30.
Is he going to win?
Which means inevitably ESPN and all the shows and all the Twitter accounts are going to just bombard you with stats about how much winning he did in his 20s compared to the rest of the league in history.
Give me the line that he's going to win another Super Bowl. What's the line?
The line?
The money line. That he wins another Super Bowl. How much of a favorite does it have to be?
Minus 200. Just a instant reaction, minus 200. How's that feel?
Bet board? 20 to make 10?
I don't want to bet bet Mahomes to win the Super Bowl and not even get a good payoff on it.
All right.
No, I don't want to do that.
We got gaps on our bet board. We need
something
bets.
good. We need something good on there. I don't want you want me to bet Patrick Mahomes to win the Super Bowl to fill in the gaps.
You win $10. Yeah. You put up 20, you win 10. I put up 10.
Imagine me sitting at some party in the AFC Championship game this year. At the Super Bowl.
$10.
At least I won $10 as the Bills lose for a fifth time.
Put up 200 then. You won $100.
But then I've got to pay you. Well, I guess if the Bills
200
if the Bills have won the Super Bowl. Wait. I got to wait till he retires.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
All right.
I'll do a different bet. I'm not doing that one.
Trying to get a bet on the bet board. All right. Anyway, when we get back, we've got another scandal in sports. It's one of those.
It doesn't involve Tom Brady.
No. Well,
are you sure?
I can't rule it out.
Okay.
He's not mentioned. I don't know if the perpetrators drew inspiration from Brady.
Right.
This is a scandal in a sport you maybe didn't know existed, but we'll soon find out does, and the fallout appears to be hilarious. So we'll get you that, and of course, Bills-Dolphins along the way. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Quickly on Bosa, a little more on when you say body type, how the Bills are asking him to do things a little differently than the Chargers might have.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really comes down to he's playing hand in the dirt, 4-3 defensive end with the Bills. And, Bosa is what's he listed at? 6'5", 280. You talk about outside linebackers in a 3-4. Those are 6'4", 240, super lean and bendy guys. And, Bosa's a pretty complete player, but he's a power player at his core. And for him to be able to be in tighter alignments, right, not as much stand up outside of tight ends. He's playing more in a 6-eye, which is, kind of inside of that tight end, puts him tighter, right? It reduces those angles for him based on alignment. So it's more tailored for what his skill set is. And you could tell he's excited about it based on what he said this past week.
The matchup with Miami, we can sometimes talk about Baltimore as a bad matchup, maybe in large part because Baltimore is good at what they do, not just because of what they do. For Miami, it's an offense that has had some success in the McDaniel era and the Tua Tagovailoa era, but the matchup against the Bills seems like it's never really been that good for them. What is it about the Bills that they're able to do with Tua and a Mike McDaniel offense that leads them to consistently beat them?
Well, I hate to just go with the game script route, but I think it's really important. The Dolphins and a lot of the teams in the AFC East, they're very game script dependent, right? The games have to go a certain way for them to be successful. And, Tua's a limited quarterback. But when he can play in rhythm, right, which is a lot of their scheme throws and first read, get the ball out. He's got a quick release. He's accurate on short throws. He makes, he's a good anticipatory player. He can operate in that rhythm. He can be really effective. And then, it's also what they can do to complement their run game, right? It's a potent run game. But the problem is they can never stay in a game script that allows them to play the style they want to against the Bills in particular. A lot of times, whether it's their defense giving up points early and now all of a sudden they're in a deficit and they can't play the style of offense, or Mike McDaniel, I think, has got his own major game management issues where he chases it so bad, right? Like he has no patience whatsoever. If he senses that there's some leakage going on and they're going to have to come back and score some points, like he searches and chases it, and it takes it out of like the rhythm of what they need to do. So I think it's game script. I think it's how Mike McDaniel fails to stay patient with how he plays games. And then, just the limitations that Tua has are, I think, exacerbated whenever you are in these type of game scripts where you're chasing points and you're trying to go blow for Josh Allen. And so I think it's a bad matchup for Miami in terms of style of play. And with how good Josh is at scoring points and the stress that puts on that offense, I just don't think they're able to play their style of game, and the Bills tend to pour it on.
The second and third level of the defensive performance, Joe, they stopped the run, they stopped the pass. You saw the corners get in even on run stops in the backfield. It felt like even behind Bosa and the D-line that everyone behind them had a great game too.
Yeah, it was a really cohesive defensive performance. I thought Bobby Babbitt simplified some things and just they played a lot better. And I think a lot of that is who they played, right? The Jets are not a team that you look at offensively and think much of their talent. When you talk about weapons, it's Garrett Wilson. That's about it. You've got Justin Fields, who he's on his third team after being a high first round pick for a reason, right? He's got his own limitations. It's game two of this entire system, right? And you get ahead by 10, by 2 scores really with 10 minutes into the game, and that puts the Jets into a style of game that they don't want to play, right? So I think there was a lot of game script and talent issues that helped the Bills play better. But I think that's important. Like, you want this team to start to find some confidence defensively to buy into what they're being asked to do. And so, yeah, I think you certainly are mindful of the context of the game, but you want to build some momentum. It's kind of been the conversation is you had a bad matchup against Baltimore in week 1. Then you kind of have this opportunity to find your stride and get some schedule softens up a little bit. And, so far the Bills are taking advantage of that, and I like where it's headed.
Bills and Dolphins tomorrow on Thursday Night Football. We'll see if we get more details on Matt Milano and his status today. Sean McDermott on the Extra Point Show at 10. He did not practice yesterday, Milano, and neither did he on Monday. So we'll see. McDermott did say he could practice today. Ed Oliver also not practicing. Meanwhile, Taron Johnson, Cam Lewis were both limited. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-million. For the Dolphins, Jalen Waddle picked up an injury to his shoulder. Missed a little bit of time on Sunday, but he practiced in full Monday and then was limited yesterday. So we'll see about Waddle. Elsewhere around the NFL, Aaron Jones going to miss 4 weeks for the Minnesota Vikings. Jordan Mason will start in his place, and Jones has been placed on IR, designated to return. Mike Catalana, 13 Wham in Rochester, reporting on golf this morning that the 2035 PGA Championship will be coming back to Oak Hill. It was last in Oak Hill 2023, so a 12-year gap, and it'll be back in 10 years. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
but they got a good quarterback, and they do things the right way over there. Like being in that building, they do things the right way. They got a system of how they run things and how they do things, and everybody just follows it. I mean, yeah, he's an MVP. That's what I remember. Mm-hmm. So he's the best quarterback in the league. He's an MVP. So I mean, he can do it all. He can run, throw. It doesn't matter.
Rasul Douglas asked, what are the Bills doing that's so right? MVP quarterback, and everybody does things the right way. His answers. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We will talk with Mike Catalana tomorrow. Bills-Dolphins preview, and also maybe a little of that news on Oak Hill getting the PGA Championship back in 2035, as he is reporting, which is, that's great news.
Yeah.
10 years.
They're in the rotation still, which is good.
I'm going to hit the range to make sure I got 10 years. I got 10 years to make it, Joe.
If you played golf every single day for the next 10 years, how close do you think you'd come?
Not close.
I agree.
Not close.
Didn't Tony Romo basically do that for 10 years and he came close but couldn't qualify for the U.S. Open?
Not close. Could I shoot par at a local course if I did it every day for 10 years?
Every day for 10 years.
I would take some days off.
How old will you be in 10 years?
I'll be 56.
56? You're going to shoot par at 56?
Yeah. If I just committed full-time to playing golf just with the goal of shooting par.
Okay.
Mark Cuban decided at age 50 he wanted to dunk a basketball. And did it.
Did he?
Yeah. He trained to be able to dunk a basketball.
He also has billions of dollars at his disposal
the whole
to help
point
accomplish
is, if
that.
I had, what's more likely? If I started training today, and it was either shoot par or dunk a basketball, which is more likely? I'm 46.
Oh, Mark Cuban's 50. You're probably taller than Mark Cuban, too.
I don't think so.
How tall is Mark Cuban? He comes off as a short guy. No?
No, he's
6'2".
Yeah, he's got a couple on me.
6'2". He's 50 years old, though.
That's what I'm saying. He just decided to dunk, and he did. What do you think he'd be better off doing, shooting par or dunking?
I think my brother, who is a couple inches taller than me and definitely can jump higher, he tried for like 2 summers to get to a point where he could dunk, and he just kind of was able to do it. So if he couldn't get all the way there, I don't think I have it in me.
Yeah.
When I was playing hockey still, I could dunk, but my dad would never believe me. He like every summer I would come home and I'd be training, and like I'd go play basketball just for fun with my buddies, and I'd dunk a basketball, and I'd come home and tell him like, I dunked today. He's like, no, you didn't.
Did you ever take video?
I never did, and I'm now past my dunking prime, I'll tell you that. But I could do it at one point.
When is the dunking prime? It's like 18 to 22. 23?
Sure.
That's dunking prime?
You can probably extend it a little longer than that if you're not stopping being your athletic pursuits.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Dunking prime.
We got into
I think you're more likely for
fights
par.
about that, though. It was funny.
You're more likely to shoot par than dunk.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't. You're already a good golfer.
Yeah,
So
I think if I
think-
dedicated enough time in life to it, I could shoot par.
Yeah.
Maybe not one of the hard courses, maybe a middle one. But I've shot
par to middle course.
You know what? Yeah. Anyway,
you could shoot the par tomorrow if you go to a certain course.
Yeah, there might be some.
That's true.
I could do that on 803-0550 Bills-Dolphins preview. We're talking about that with you. Anyway, Mike Catalana tomorrow at 8 o'clock ahead of Bills-Dolphins, and on the PGA Championship news at Oak Hill. Had something else I want to get you. We'll get a call in here. Paul on the west side. Hey, Paul. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm in my first guillotine league this year. I actually started it myself.
Nice.
I credit you guys with getting me interested in fantasy football. It's a lot of fun, so thanks for that. And my question this week is, should I start Jared Goff or Mac Jones in guillotine, standard quarterback scoring?
Yeah. Who do the Niners play this week? The Niners play Arizona.
Yep. Lions play Baltimore.
I would play Goff. I would play everybody that plays in Baltimore and Detroit. Everybody. The Ravens just got in a shootout with the Bills. Why would it be any different?
Yeah, Mac Jones is not a bad play. Like, he just had a big game, 3 touchdowns. Arizona's defense looks like it could be sneaky good.
They played two teams you just don't know. They played the Panthers and the Saints.
I know. So right, and he didn't play against the Panthers, but I would go Goff. That game's got the highest over/under of the week. You're going to get scoring. They're going to have to keep up.
Yep.
Yeah, I would go Goff.
Yeah, it's guillotine, so you're looking for floor, and I would definitely lean to a game that has the highest over/under of the week.
It's not even like Mac Jones doesn't give you any rushing over Goff anyway. So.
Yep, that's right.
I would go with Goff. Yeah.
Thanks, Paul. Anybody here been chopped in a guillotine league yet?
Nope.
Nope, not yet.
In our guillotine, I'm the number one team in scoring. I'm not even close. Although actually, you're always close. I could get eliminated next week.
You can go out this week.
Right.
A point on that. So some fantasy stuff because you had some big quarterbacks missing.
Yeah.
Higgins and Chase. You don't have to fade them too much. You really don't. If their defense is still terrible, I know Jake Browning is not Joe Burrow, but I just saw this point here that Timo Risk of Pro Football Focus made about the Bengals, and you probably don't know about this. There's somebody, I think he's at Sumer Sports, that is kind of
Sean Syed, maybe?
Maybe. Someone is single-handedly fighting the war that Joe Burrow is the reason he gets hit so much. And it is overblown how bad his line is.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not a great line, but Burrow is partially to blame. And the fact that he's hurt all the time, that is partially his fault. And Timo Risk of Pro Football Focus just had this. So it's one game, but they also have a sample from 2023. Combined pass blocking grade when Burrow is in and when Burrow is not in, which might reveal a flaw in the pass blocking grading system. Like, wait a minute, was the blocking good or was it not good? The quarterback, does that affect it? Sure, the quarterback affects sacks, but does that affect the grade? Anyway, when Joe Burrow was on the field, the pass blocking grade was a 49.9. When Jake Browning was on the field, it was a 73. And in 2023, when Browning played a lot,
7 starts. Yep.
7 starts. The pass blocking grade with Burrow was 54. With Browning, it was 67. The line grades better for the other quarterback. So it's weird. He basically says the Bengals' offensive line can't deal with the Burrow offense. And the Burrow offense, I've seen some say this as well, that the reason you want him to have Chase and Higgins is he is a genius. He's expert at one offense, at one kind of offense, and you need Chase and Higgins. Doesn't mean he's not good, but you do need guys like that to work the Burrow offense. Now you won't run the Burrow offense. You'll run this offense where it's Jake Browning, 2 stud receivers, and an offensive line that grades better
when he's
this
in there.
Quarterback. So just for fantasy and any of that, I don't think you have to dump out on Chase. He still could give you numbers. I don't know if he's giving you wide receiver 1 numbers for the season.
Yeah.
But I think he's still a must start, and I think Higgins is a must start anywhere.
Higgins is, I think, even a better start because Browning throws it to him more than Burrow does. And Browning put up numbers. So those games he played, Ian Hartitz had a funny stat yesterday on this, that since 2023, games with 320 passing yards, Patrick Mahomes 3, Jake Browning 3. He'll put up numbers, even if they're not winning games. 354 against Jacksonville in that year, 323 against Minnesota, 335 against Pittsburgh. Like he's gonna stack numbers. So I would still be playing all those guys. Yeah, for sure. Like of the quarterbacks that are going in, like I asked you earlier, like I have Jefferson in a league, and Justin Jefferson hasn't had a hot start. But like Carson Wentz might actually be good for him. Like there's some spots where backup goes in, you're fine. It might even be an improvement. Like Tyrod goes in for the Jets. Is Garrett Wilson any worse off with Tyrod than he is with Justin Fields?
Do you know, I saw a stat on Tyrod, his last 5 drives. His last 5 drives in the NFL as starting quarterback.
Yeah.
4 touchdowns and 1 punt.
Wow. There you go.
I mean, it might all be garbage time.
Probably is a lot of garbage time. He would go in for Rodgers at times last year.
I mean, they should probably put him in for Fields.
But I'm like, that offense could function better with Tyrod in there. I think the Vikings offense could function better with Wentz in there than McCarthy. I mean, I would say the Niners offense functions better, but it functioned fine with Mac Jones in there last week. Like there are some offenses,
Saints, but yeah,
the Saints, right? There are some offenses where you look at it and go like, the backup goes in there, and it might be not that different. The Bengals though are never a team I've ever really. It's Burrow, right? It's 5,000 yards. It's MVP candidate. It's guy who went to the Super Bowl. I mean, if Jake Browning goes in there, what if Jake Browning goes in there and makes the playoffs? Like, how does that change the Burrow conversation.
Does it lead you to apologize to me for calling him fancy?
It would do that.
Fancy Kirk Cousins?
Yes, I would. The minimum, I would apologize to you for calling him fancy Kirk Cousins. Burrow.
It wasn't supposed to be an insult. It was just supposed to be that, he's fancy Kirk Cousins.
That I saw as an idea for the Bengals.
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
Right.
Like they should go trade for Kirk Cousins. Cousins is still unhappy. He doesn't want to be in Atlanta because he wants to play. And there you go. You want to go to Cincinnati and throw to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins for the next 3 months?
Is the cap hit a star destroyer? Like, what is the cap hit?
I have no idea. He's in the second year of a monster contract, so I would imagine wasn't his contract like fully guaranteed again?
For his cap hit this year is $40 million. The Bengals might have space. They don't like paying. They don't like paying
I was gonna
people.
say that might be the one team that can handle that.
And there's $45 million dead cap next year. That might be one of those spots where they like dead cap because they don't have to spend it.
Just the dumbest contract ever. They just wasted half of their rookie contract window with Penix because they decided to give Cousins a giant sum of money and just not play him.
Yeah.
Just a dumb decision that was by them to pay him.
$100 million guaranteed for Cousins on that deal.
And he's going to play 5 games for
$100 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right, 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Wednesday, beautiful day. Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll do some more Dolphins memories. I think get you this scandal in sports in the
yes, we got to get to that.
The overseas scandal and the takeaways from this. What's the best thing I can tease for it? The people that cheated admitted it right away, and the people putting on the competition are kind of happy that there was cheating. That's the best I can do. It's next. The matchup with Miami, we can sometimes talk about Baltimore as a bad matchup, maybe in large part because Baltimore is good at what they do, not just because of what they do. For Miami, it's an offense that has had some success in the McDaniel era and the Tua Tagovailoa era, but the matchup against the Bills seems like it's never really been that good for them. You can bet 5 Mike McDaniel offense that leads them to consistently beat them.
Well, I hate to just go with the game script route, but I think it's really important. The Dolphins and a lot of the teams in the AFC East, they're very game script dependent, right? The games have to go a certain way for them to be successful. And, Tua's a limited quarterback, but when he can play in rhythm, right, which is a lot of their scheme throws and first read, get the ball out. He's got a quick release. He's accurate on short throws. He makes, he's a good anticipatory player. He can operate in that rhythm. He can be really effective. And then, it's also what they can do to complement their run game, right? It's a potent run game. But the problem is they can never stay in a game script that allows them to play the style they want to against the Bills in particular. A lot of times, whether it's their defense giving up points early and now all of a sudden they're in a deficit and they can't play the style of offense, or Mike McDaniel, I think, has got his own major game management issues where he chases it so bad, right? Like he has no patience whatsoever. If he senses that, there's some leakage going on and they're going to have to come back and score some points, like he searches and chases it, and it takes it out of like the rhythm of what they need to do. So I think it's game script. I think it's how Mike McDaniel fails to stay patient with how he plays games. And then, just the limitations that Tua has are, I think, exacerbated whenever you are in these type of game scripts where you're chasing points and you're trying to go blow for Josh Allen. And so I think it's a bad matchup for Miami in terms of style of play. And with how good Josh is at scoring points and the stress that puts on that offense, I just don't think they're able to play their style of game, and the Bills tend to pour it on.
All right, gentlemen. Scandal rocking the world of the stone skimming championships.
Okay. Throwing stones?
Yeah. This article is full of puns. It's from the New York Post.
That's good.
Yeah. Full of puns. Rock in a hard place. World Stone Skimming Championship tossed into chaos by a cheating scandal.
How would you possibly cheat at stone skimming?
Okay. I'm glad you asked.
I've been thinking about this since you teased it the first time.
I don't know how you would do it.
Several competitors were tossed like the stones they threw.
This is getting
I'm telling you.
a little much.
So the World Stone Skimming Championship on the small Scottish island of Easdale earlier this month.
Okay.
A handful of the 400 participants were accused of using, quote here, suspiciously circular-shaped stones.
Suspiciously circular-shaped stones.
Yes, the rules require you to get the stones naturally from the island of Easdale.
Okay.
Kyle Matthews, who organizes the event, he's known as the Tossmaster, he told the BBC that the, reading from the article here, stone-cold cheaters did admit to it and apologize for doctoring stones. Apparently there were rumors and murmurings of nefarious deeds and stone doctoring that, in the article here, sank the integrity. But how about this for a spin? The Tossmaster, Matthews here, he told the New York Times, it only shows how keen people are to win this trophy. In many ways, it's flattering.
That someone would try to cheat to win their trophy.
You run an event, you got cheaters, you're like, you know what?
It's like, I'm not even mad.
This is great for us.
I'm impressed.
Here we go. People want our stuff.
So again, what are they were taking real stones and then they were like shaping them.
Yes, doctoring them to make them go further by being suspiciously circular.
Okay.
Shouldn't I feel like stone skipping trophy should be awarded based on your ability to skip the stone, not find the stone that's the most skippable.
But that's
part of the game. You've got to identify your stone.
Right.
And
You're saying
it just has to be a naturally acquired stone.
You're saying everyone should just be using the same
we should get a
stone.
uniform stone.
A uniform stone. Yeah.
But you can't have a uniform natural stone because it's the idea is.
But I don't need it to be natural.
You got to find the best stone.
Have a stone like
you'd prefer the artificial stone.
Right. How is this different than baseball stadiums are allowed to be a little bit different? You want uniform stadiums?
No,
there aren't
but
many
that's
examples
not
of that, though.
Luck
sports.
based on finding your stadium. You're
how about
getting lucky finding a good rock.
Right. You don't hit a button to randomize stadium.
What are you doing with fishing? Uniform fish are thrown into a pond, and whoever catches the most of the exact same fish,
right?
Or is it who catches the biggest fish?
But that's a fishing competition.
But you got to find the fish,
right?
And then you got to find the stone, and you can't create a fake stone.
You say the whole game is finding the fish, though. There's another step beyond finding the stone.
Right.
This is finding the stone and then being able to throw it.
Like it's more about the skipping than the stone.
Exactly.
Right. It should be called the
stone finding
the stone finding.
I don't think you could just find a stone and then skip it past John Gibbons, by the way, who is the champion.
Maybe. I mean, if he gets a really tiny stone and I get a better one, maybe.
John Jennings won. He's the first American to clinch victory since the competition started in 1983. How about that? We're number one in stone skipping.
You give Josh a lumpy football and give Tua a normal football.
It's like, them's the breaks. You found a lumpy football.
Right. Like, I don't want to. It doesn't feel like.
It's like, sorry, Josh, you found a volleyball. You're going to have to use that for this drive.
Well, would it change anything if I told you that the guy that won it, the American that is the champion, he said following the tournament, quote, my uncle, when I was younger, he was like, John, you got a gift in stone skipping. So this guy had the gift from a young age, and I don't know if...
Wait, the American guy's not the one who cheated?
No, he won.
He won after...
Have you ever had an uncle tell you of a gift at stone skipping? I don't think so. You think you're just going to walk in and beat John Jennings?
You know, I don't know how much of an event this is anyway. I'm looking at him holding the trophy, and I got to say, not that impressive.
The trophy?
The trophy looks like it could have been picked up at a local...
It's not like a giant flat stone?
No.
It should be that.
It really should.
It looks like a trophy I could go buy for $20 in the next 10 minutes.
Should be a giant natural flat stone they find.
I agree.
The trophy's the same as the rocks.
And you could break pieces off of it and skip it.
Yes.
In fact, that should be the ceremony. You break pieces off and skip it.
Some slate.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right.
177 meters? Yeah. No, cumulative score.
Okay.
That makes a little bit more
hopefully
sense.
it's more than 177 throws.
I don't know how
many throws.
I don't know how many throws you get.
A throw.
He helped create the Kentucky Stone Skipping Invitational.
Yeah.
Do we have one of those?
A Buffalo stone skipping?
We got lakes.
We got a lake.
Good lake.
We got some stones.
There must be, right? A Buffalo
not, we'll make it
Stone
happen.
Skipping Invitational.
You know what's happening right now?
What?
Gene Steratore is reaching out to see if he can be a rules official on the
yes, he
broadcast.
is.
You need me to tell you how far it went?
Non-conforming stone.
Yeah, right. The NFL's Hawkeye technology is ready to tell you how far it went.
Gosh.
All right, congratulations to the American who won. Scandal rocking. Get it? Rocks? Scandal rocks the stone skipping.
Mm-hmm.
Good for that.
Imagine going all the way to Scotland for that.
Ripples
You just go to
felt
Scotland.
throughout the stone skip.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'll try. 803-0550 Bills-Dolphins. We're chatting about it and other things as well. And we've got a conspiracy. There's a conspiracy. You ready for a Week 3 conspiracy? Let's do it. Week 3 conspiracy in the NFL as told by Don LaGreca in New York.
Right, like for me, it might be who decided you're hitching your wagon to the quarterback in the first place. Because if it wasn't McDaniel, then I think the GM's got to go regardless, whether that was his call or not. Like you've done that way too long with that guy if you're Miami. But man, when he showed up and he's talking about like, no, this guy can do it all, and you know the video that he had on the airplane, and like you bought in.
Well,
you bought into this quarterback, and now you're seeing why I think you wouldn't want to do that. You built him a great offense that worked, and he led the league in passing. But what Josh Allen can do, what Lamar Jackson can do, that some other quarterbacks can do to a lesser degree, Justin Herbert maybe is an example of this with the Chargers, is, he doesn't have the greatest line. No, he doesn't have the greatest wide receivers. He doesn't have the greatest running game. But that guy is so good that you're still going to be reasonably good on that side of the ball. And this quarterback, I think, is showing you if your offensive line isn't very good, he's going to get destroyed. Mm-hmm. If the guys aren't getting open immediately, he's going to get destroyed. He turns the ball over whenever he's trying to extend plays. Like, I think McDaniel's the one I'd want to see with a different quarterback more than
Tua.
Let me see if Tua with a better coordinator. I don't think he's the next Baker Mayfield where he goes to a better situation.
There's another name, right? Like Baker, washed out, and turns out actually he's good.
Right. I think Tua's already had his better situation.
Yeah, I agree. So I think of the two, the more redeemable piece, and again, maybe he's just not cut out to be a head coach. They had mistakes procedurally. It's a big story in Miami.
The locker room.
They're not getting plays in on time, and maybe it's just too much for him. He's got a complicated offense, and he's got to run that, and we'll see if he gets control of another offense. Tua, though, it's funny. Like when he took the job, this is year 4 for him, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
For McDaniel or Tua?
For McDaniel.
For McDaniel, yeah.
The year before Tua gets there, he taps out at 16 touchdowns, 10 picks, and
and that's the year he gets benched twice.
2,600 yards, 13 games. It's like not much going on. And the step forward for Tua, like I still think that Mike McDaniel's tenure in Miami should be marked by he took an imperfect product and made it closer to good. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's what I'd be looking for. Oh, you didn't make it work with Tua. Who would? Would Andy Reid? Do we really think Andy Reid would get Tua to the Super Bowl?
No, I think it would probably
a little better.
A couple years ago, it would look as good as it did then.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have some other answer for what they're doing now. Like, because all they're doing is just throwing the ball to the running back.
Right. Would Nick Sirianni have Tua in the Super Bowl?
No.
I don't think so. Would Sean McDermott have Tua in the Super Bowl? I don't think so.
No. The second and third level of the defensive performance, Joe, they stopped the run, they stopped the pass. You saw the corners get in even on run stops in the backfield. It felt like even behind Bosa and the D-line that everyone behind them had a great game too.
Yeah, it was a really cohesive defensive performance. I thought Bobby Babbage simplified some things and just they played a lot better. And I think a lot of that is who they played, right? The Jets are not a team that you look at offensively and think much of their talent. When you talk about weapons, it's Garrett Wilson. That's about it. You've got Justin Fields, who he's on his third team after being a high first round pick for a reason, right? He's got his own limitations. It's game 2 of this entire system, right? And you get ahead by 10 by 2 scores, really, with 10 minutes into the game, and that puts the Jets into a style of game that they don't want to play, right? So I think there was a lot of game script and talent issues that helped the Bills play better. But I think that's important. You want this team to start to find some confidence defensively, to buy into what they're being asked to do. And so, yeah, I think you certainly are mindful of the context of the game, but you want to build some momentum. It's kind of been the conversation is you had a bad matchup against Baltimore in week 1. Then you kind of have this opportunity to find your stride and get some schedule softens up a little bit. And, so far the Bills are taking advantage of that, and I like where it's headed.
Sean McDermott's going to meet with Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show in about an hour. Stay tuned for that on some injury updates and injury designations today as well. Matt Milano, we'll see about him. He did not practice yesterday or Monday. McDermott did say yesterday, though, he has a chance to practice today, so we'll see what he says about Milano. Ed Oliver did not practice on Tuesday. Limited practices for both Cam Lewis and Taron Johnson, along with backup linebacker Shaq Thompson. For the Dolphins, keep an eye on Jalen Waddle. He practiced in full on Monday, was limited on Tuesday with a shoulder injury. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Elsewhere around the NFL, Vikings running back Aaron Jones placed on IR. He's going to miss a minimum of 4 games, and it'll be Jordan Mason as their lead back in the meantime, at least. Jaden Reed, wide receiver in Green Bay, underwent foot surgery. He's going to be out for a while. In golf, Mike Catalana, 13 Wham, reporting that the PGA Championship will be going back to Oak Hill in 2035. So 10 years from now, it'll be back at Oak Hill. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The league won't allow it. I'm just going to throw it out there. The NFL is not going to allow the Chiefs to start 0-3. There's too much on the line. I'm sorry. Call me a conspiracy theorist.
I will.
ESPN can fire me. The NFL is not going to allow the Kansas City Chiefs to lose that game on national television and be 0-3. That's not going to happen. What are they going to do?
But is that,
you've got them. They're getting married later. They're engaged.
But you don't really believe
they got
that.
all these nationally televised. It's not. I'm telling you. We're going to sit here on next Monday.
Well, they're
Sunday
just going to
night game.
win, though.
We're going to sit there and we're going to say. There's going to at least, I'm telling you, there's going to be at least 3 calls where we're like, how did that happen?
But do you think they're really going to need that?
Probably not. I'm just telling you, on top of the Giants not being good, the league just won't allow it. I'm like, look, honestly, people, rise up. Come on, speak our minds here. Is there any world that the NFL is going to say, yeah, let's, whatever we do, make sure the Giants win this game? The Chiefs are not going 0-3. They will not allow it.
Don LaGreca trying on a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, everyone's really convinced that the NFL will have to step in for the Chiefs to beat the Giants. Oh. I mean, this
could be competitive.
Yeah, Roger Goodell's making some phone calls. Excuse me, Travis and Taylor are getting married. They can't lose to the Giants.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
That'll be a close game, though. When's the last time they blew a team out?
The Chiefs?
Yeah.
I mean, the Giants lost to the Saints last year.
Last year?
Last year, 14-11.
I mean, Derek Carr, it's a little bit more respectable, though, right?
I guess so.
It's not Spencer Rattler. The Chiefs last year, I mean, they won.
Last time they won by 2 scores?
They beat Pittsburgh on Christmas by 2 scores.
I mean,
29-10.
Who's surprised?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
But, they won by 8. They won by 2. They won by 2. They won by 3. They won by 2. They won by 6 in overtime.
I'm excited.
7.
I'm excited for when they win by 4.
Yeah,
they always do. And, did you see that holding call?
Well, when Mike
Goodell ordered the code red.
The code red is going to be that Russell Wilson is going to take a sack, or he's going to throw a ball straight up into the air where there's no receiver in the area, which it worked a lot for him last week against Dallas, but in overtime with neighbors nowhere near it, he just threw a ball straight into the air like a punt right to the safety. Game over. So that's a guy that's going to lose them the game on Sunday.
How great would it be if they were 0-3?
Oh, it would be awesome.
But
one team in 25 years has made the playoffs after going 0-3. That's it.
Ooh, do I know who that would have been?
It would be really impressive if you pulled that out of your hat.
The Bills almost went from 1-4 to the playoffs. Almost.
Did they?
The Cowboys, one of their Super Bowl years, started 0-2.
Okay. The team that went 0-3 and made the playoffs was the 2018 Houston Texans. And what did they do to make the playoffs? They won 9 in a row after going 0-3. Well, that's a Watson team, I'm sure.
I normally hate those kind of stats because they are made to look more predictive than they are. Why do 0-3 teams not make the playoffs? Because good teams don't go 0-3. That's really it.
But even good teams would have a tough time going 11-2 the rest of the way. You could be a good team, have a couple bounces go against you, and okay, now you can't just be good. You got to be 11-2 good the rest of the way. You got to be the best team in the league.
If the 3 toughest games in your schedule are the first 3 weeks, and then it's soft from there, you could do that. The Ravens or the Lions, either the Ravens or the Lions will be 1-2. Right. And then the Ravens play the Chiefs. If the Ravens lose to the Lions and the Chiefs, they're 1-4. Wow. 1-4 teams don't make the playoffs. Well, good teams don't usually go 1-4. Here'd be a case where a good team went 1-4. So, I don't know. I'd have too much respect for that. I feel like that's living in drought life. When the Bills were 2-0, and we'd be like, 52% of teams that go 2-0 make the playoffs. Oh! Right? Did we do that every year?
Yes. Yes, we did.
That little gradient graph. If they get to 3-1, it's like 68%. This is the year. And then they just get hammered like 5 times in a row.
That's true, but the math is so hard. It's
also hard if you're not good. But if you are a good team.
But I'm saying you could be a good team and still you're probably going to miss because you just have to be so great the rest of the season.
If the Bills started 0-3.
Yeah.
There's a punishment from the NFL. You've been punished for jumping through tables. You're 0-3. Forfeit the first 3 games. Would you pick them to make the playoffs?
Yeah, but I think it'd be close.
Yeah?
Yeah, they'd have to go. They'd have to be. The worst you could be is a 10-3 team the rest of the way.
Okay, and
they probably would do that, but that's for them even that would be tough.
Right, but that's forfeiting 3 games.
Right. Yeah, I know.
You have to be good. Anyway, I think I want to entertain the idea that the Chiefs could lose this game now. Now I've been convinced.
To the Giants?
Yeah, now I've been convinced.
Why?
I mean, because
I don't trust Wilson.
They lost to the Colts 2 years ago, and the Colts were terrible, right? Special teams miscues,
sure, right? I mean, it just comes down to can they score on the Giants because they can't run the ball, and Mahomes is taking a little bit more in the sack department, and that Giants defensive line is supposed to be great. They could not stop Dallas,
right?
So
that's not surprising.
Tough
Dallas
to say.
Should be good offensively.
Should they be better than the Chiefs?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. They should be good offensively.
I mean, Mahomes, I saw their rushing totals on the year it's only through 2 games. Mahomes is 120 yards rushing. Pacheco is second with like 47. Like, they have nothing happening on the ground other than Mahomes scrambling.
One thing about the Chiefs, their entire dynasty, if it's a dynasty and if it continues at any point, hasn't the entire thing happened without the ability to run the ball?
They've never
been good at it.
Never been great. No.
When they've been good, it has never mattered.
They're kind of they're doing it away from the league trend. I was looking at counting last year and then the first 2 games of this year, early down pass rate in the league, and how the Bills are near the bottom, the Ravens are near the bottom, the Eagles are near the bottom, the Lions are near the bottom. Like, a lot of the great teams are near the bottom. Who's number 2? Kansas City. But why are they number 2? All those other teams can run the ball. They can't, right?
Is that early down pass rate, what's the win probability in there?
20 to 80.
20 to 80, okay. Because when you're like 78% to win, I feel like you're early down running. When you're 22%, you're early down. I don't feel like 80 to 20. I don't know. That's a big swap.
But they are throwing the ball.
That's right.
But, more than these other top teams.
Early down and neutral pass rate is something like the Bills are 24th in neutral pass rate. I think I saw.
Right.
Whatever. To me, it's not lost to me. There is a trend among those other teams that, like you said, they're not the Chiefs. The Chiefs have not been able to build a good run game for years.
And all those other contenders have.
Those 4 teams you mentioned have, and they either have good backs, well-paid backs, or high-drafted backs. Right. The Lions drafted Gibbs in the first, and they paid Montgomery.
Yeah.
The Bills paid Cook, the Ravens, of course, and the Eagles. Like, you have great offensive lines with great running backs.
Throw Green Bay in there, too, and they paid Jacobs.
Yeah, they did.
They're near this list as well. And, yeah, I mean, the Chiefs are the team that's still dinking and diming at running back, right? It's a 7th-round pick on Pacheco. And then it's
Brashard Smith is another one they just added in.
Bring Kareem Hunt off the street.
Yeah.
And he plays. Like, he's on the field
Jerick
for
McKinnon,
big, important downs.
Jerick McKinnon's finally not there after being there for like 7 years.
They paid him, didn't they? Or someone else paid him. Yeah, he was there forever. Samaje Perine. Like, they've just been mixing
just
in
never been good at running the ball. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. One random note here. This is kind of relevant to tomorrow and also news of the day today. There's news that the Masters, Amazon is picking up some rounds of the Masters.
Really?
Yes. Amazon Prime will provide 2 additional hours of first and second round coverage to be offered both days on Prime Video. So the Masters streams now on Amazon Prime from 1 to 3 on Thursday and 3 to 7:30, 1 to 3 on Thursday and Friday, leading into ESPN's coverage. And I thought Kyle Porter, who covers golf, formerly CBS Golf, now on his own, he has a website called Normal Sport, does a great job. And he pointed out, if you're trying to watch the Masters, here's how it goes. Amazon Prime, and then ESPN, and then it's going to be Peacock, and then CBS.
Yeah.
And imagine if a football game was like that. Hey, Bills-Dolphins, first quarter is on Prime, the second quarter is on Peacock, the third quarter is Netflix, and the fourth quarter is NBC and Peacock. Because that's what golf has become. So fractured in the rounds of golf.
Yeah.
But I did see that news about Amazon getting the golf and thought, will it be the best broadcast there is? Because
I'd expect it to be
they've
great.
been in the football game for 4 years, and it's the best.
Yes.
And I wonder what will they do for golf.
They'll do it. Will they do their own next gen stats cast for golf? I don't know
whatever they're going to do, they're going to need permission of Augusta. Because
that's why I'm surprised. I thought Augusta I guess they've done Peacock, so they've done streaming, but just more traditional. Like, no, we're just going to stay on CBS. We're going to our traditional broadcast and just do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know, like what Augusta would permit them to do. Would they say, no, you're not going to do, like, do they do shot tracer at the Masters?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
They would be like, no, you're not going to do that. You're not going to put, video game lines on our golf course on TV.
How about, like, the putt make probability with the line that it's supposed to go? I don't know. I don't really...
Can it, like, analyze, like, where a guy's putter is lined up? Like, you know those little camera angles they'll give you behind the putter?
I don't want
like,
that.
Can the next-gen stats say, he'll miss this?
I don't want that.
He'll miss this because, like, here's the line he's currently on, and it's going to miss by a half an inch to the left.
Right. You can tell you
before he putts it.
Instantly on impact, face open 2 degrees, putt going right.
Miss.
Like, don't want that.
You don't?
Nope.
Right. Well, it would take all the drama out of whether it's going to make or not.
I'd be stunned if a golf broadcast signed up for that. Don't want it.
Okay.
The shot.
Yeah, I don't. I guess now that I'm thinking about what it would look like, what it would be as a watch experience, and
because the shot tracer works great because otherwise you're just seeing a ball fly through the air with no context of where it is. Where a shot tracer, you see, he's headed right. This one's going to be close, and then you see where it lands. On the greens, I don't know. I don't need anything. I'm fine. Then again, they've thought of some things in the NFL world that I thought have been really good. And if you're watching on the Prime video cast, which will be part of tomorrow's broadcast, you got the Prime, the regular one, and then Prime Vision that includes end-of-game scenarios, fourth down, go-for-it lines, pocket pressure, healthy pocket, I think is what they're calling it, coverage breakdowns, blitzes, open receivers. It's pretty cool. It makes it look more and more like a video game, which for some people is not good and for some is. But I've enjoyed Prime quite a bit. Tomorrow on Prime and on TV locally too.
Will you watch the Next Gen Statscast tomorrow?
I don't know. I probably will because you see more of the field.
See more of the field.
That's the most valuable thing of all.
Yeah.
You can watch the full play as opposed to just watching the quarterback in the line. I'll be able to see if somebody is open downfield.
Right.
So, I probably will watch the Prime Vision cast. Same audio. It's not like the Manning cast where I'm getting questions about, where so-and-so went to high school. It's just the same audio.
They're asking Arnold Schwarzenegger about his pet donkey or something while there's a big, important third down happening.
And they will occasionally bring in the next-gen stats guy to talk about something. But other than that, it's a broadcast.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is a great opportunity to play the Herb Street game. I watched another Herb Street.
What's the Herb Street game again?
It's where I ruined Herb Street for you.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what I told you what I figured out about Herb Street?
Yeah, he's to allow dead silence.
He's a good analyst. He knows a lot about the sport. I think he's a nice person from what I know. Likeable. He will never allow for 1 second of silence on the broadcast. Every opportunity to fill, he will fill.
Right.
That's the thing I've noticed. I don't know if it drives me crazy. I just noticed it. I was just like, oh, that's the thing. There's never lazy kind of layout, let this play happen. It's a lot of that. He's so busy, too. He does so many college football and pro games. Like, when does he get to town? For an 8:15
probably
kickoff, it's like 8:05? When does he get here? Tomorrow night at 7:30?
I think more than that. He's flying out.
Right after.
Into where, right? Like
to get to game day?
He'll get to game day, then, I guess Saturday morning he's got to be ready, so he's got to be there by Friday. Yeah, his travel life's got to be crazy. It's kind of amazing he signed up for this, right?
Yeah.
Like a foray into... How many guys have done that? Crossed over and done both as a color commentator. Play-by-play guys do it all the time.
Yeah, for college and pro.
But as a color commentator, I don't know how often you'll see that. And I still don't think he doesn't come off like he's an expert on the league.
On the NFL?
And that's my biggest problem, is why do I have a guy up here that I watch Sundays, and there are a dozen guys that know the NFL better than this guy does, and he's getting... These Thursday games are big games. They're good. Yeah. They're good matchups, good marquee opponents now in prime time. And he's the guy we're picking? I don't have a problem with him. He's entertaining enough.
You're just surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it works.
College game day this week is in Miami for Florida, Miami.
Yeah, Miami's great. All right.
They're going to broadcast from a lakeside patio next to the Shalala Student Center.
Isn't the NFL trying to do that this year? Certain
college
networks,
game day?
Yeah, wasn't Fox trying to do that a little bit?
They did that here during the playoffs.
That's what I'm
Multiple
remembering.
times they would have the studio show here.
Where will Fitz and Whitworth and all those guys be set up for pregame? Will that be in the stadium? They should be in the parking lot.
I mean, NBC was set up outside for the Sunday Night Football game.
Right. That's where Amazon should be.
Yeah.
They should set up in the parking lot. One of the lots.
Who's going through a table?
Fitz. All of them. Right? Fitz for sure, though. Yeah. No, Fitz is he's gonna pretend that he's going through, and then he's gonna choke slam Tony Gonzalez through the table. That's what's gonna happen.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Found it interesting when we talked with Alain Poupart earlier this morning at 7:30. I'd forgotten the Dolphins started last year 2-6.
Well,
1-6, 2-6.
They lost
and then,
Tua.
And then won 6 in a row. I'd forgotten about that.
At the very end of the season.
You would wonder if that would lead the owner to say, I know it's a rough start. Last year, this coach pulled it out, kind of got things back to respectability.
It was 6 of 8 that they won.
Okay.
6 of 8. And that was after the second Bills loss. So they were 2-6 and they got to 8-8. So
okay.
Were they alive going into the final week of the season? They might have been. But yeah, they lost Tua, right? And why did they lose Tua? Because he got behind.
He lowered his head
and he lowered his head because, that's where part of it, I do feel for him on part of it. He says yesterday, I can run and do some of the things that Josh Allen does. I can do half the things that Josh Allen does. Because that's what happens when he tries. When his team is behind, and Allen can do it. My team's behind. I got to go carry everybody. I got to step up for everybody, and he'll go run through a guy and get a first down or whatever. Tua, he can have the will to do that, and what happens when he does it? Out cold on the field. It's just why I could never. How could you want that guy from here to be your franchise quarterback? You see what the alternative, what the best case scenario looks like. There are so many quarterbacks now in the league. Look at Mayfield on Monday.
Yeah.
Mayfield gets an all-out blitz on 4th and 10, and he finds a way to escape and run for the first down. How does it feel to have a franchise quarterback where you just know that's not possible?
Yeah, you're really behind it.
There's so few teams in the league that still even try that, let alone have it work.
One thing about tomorrow's game, Josh will be wearing a visor.
First time in a game for the Bills.
Bad news, though.
What?
You're going to see this happens with uniform reveals also. 1,000 mock-ups of Josh in a badass tinted visor, and it's not. It's going to be clear. Tinted visors are not allowed. Which is always...
Wait a minute.
They are not allowed unless you have a medical condition.
Okay, because Tyrod wore one on Sunday.
The NFL rules say you cannot wear a tinted visor unless they're prohibited by trainers and officials because you need to see concussions. You need to see a guy's eyes to check for injuries and concussions.
Okay.
And tinted visors, from what I'm reading here from the NFL player safety, they restrict dark tinted visors.
Okay.
If Josh is going to wear a dark visor, that'd be cool. Adam Schefter tweeted out last night, it's a clear visor to protect his nose.
I was going to say, could he get a...
Yeah, how did Tyrod get that exemption?
I swear Tyrod was wearing it.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Here's a picture of Tyrod Taylor on Sunday for the stream. He's wearing a tinted visor.
Yeah, how'd he get that?
He must... Does he have a...
I don't know.
He has a doctor's note?
Maybe petitions to get it. He also was not supposed to play.
Did he get grandfathered in? Is this like the helmet rule in hockey? But if it's a concussion reason, you would think that's definitely not true. I think it's a night game also. Would he want a tinted visor in a night game?
You know what?
Seems
fair,
like I don't think you need a tinted visor for the night
fair
game.
Point.
Can he get like a blue tint on it?
I just don't think he's allowed to have a visor. Or a tinted visor. It'll be clear.
Okay.
Clear visor, Josh.
I wonder if at some point during the game he rips it off and this is annoying because a fog. He said it echoes. He said that one thing that a visor can do is it can echo in your head. And if he's listening for the plays and he's trying to discern what's going on with defenses, I wonder if he scraps it at some point during the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes having a visor, sunglasses, anything over your eyes will kind of give you the impression I'm thinking about when you're driving down the street and you're looking for a house number, how you turn the radio down because you're concentrating. Hold on, I got to look. I think this way sometimes. If I'm at a party or I'm somewhere, I'm wearing sunglasses. Sometimes I'll take them off subconsciously to concentrate when I'm looking for something, even though it doesn't actually hurt my vision.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of getting at that with Josh in a visor. Could he say, you know what? I feel like it's negatively affecting me. He'd be practicing with it this week. But Dick, you definitely want to do that.
Right.
All right, we'll get a break in. I think we're going to check in on the chat.
Yes.
It's been a while.
Yes.
What are they doing in there? There's more people. We're getting about 100 new subscribers a day on YouTube, I think is where we're at. I've been charting that number. We're over 10,000. Go to our YouTube page, WGR Sports Radio 550's on YouTube. Of course, you can subscribe. You can jump in. We got a good group of people watching us every day streaming. You can see my hat. I don't know if they've said it in the chat, but somebody better say that's clean.
That's a clean.
It's so clean.
Which, of course, everyone that's not watching knows that. He's wearing a white hat.
Yeah, it is actually very clean. Also,
it is.
It's a clean hat. All right, we'll check in on the chat, see what's going on. Sal's popped in. Sal, did you wear a visor when you played football? Sal would have been a visor guy. You ever wear a visor on your helmet when you played football?
Did they have visors?
I feel like you would have wanted to. You would have wanted to.
I wanted a visor.
Everybody wants a visor.
Everybody does want a visor.
It looks cool.
Right.
All right, we'll get a break in. Check in on the chat. Sal's coming up. Sean McDermott, going to join him probably around 10 a.m. Again, the game week has been changed a bit with the game tomorrow. McDermott comes on the Extra Point Show today. So stay tuned. Sean McDermott right around 10 a.m. with Sal on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We got Bills and Dolphins tomorrow. You know what I found right out of the gate? Here.
What's that?
The stories on the Dolphins. We fun to dig into the Dolphins for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Football Talk has 2 pieces up. The top 2 stories at ProFootballTalk.com are Dolphin stories. And the first is Tua Tagovailoa. Quote, I can't do half of what Josh Allen does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. We can get to more of that story if you want. And the other story is, for various Dolphins players, Mike McDaniel's job status was a press conference topic. They were asked a lot about the
His
coach.
job status.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've got quotes from player after player, from Patrick Paul to Jalen Waddle to, just Chop Robinson, about their belief in him and how things get. So, for those of you scoring at home, it's week 3. It's Wednesday of week 3.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins' top stories are the quarterback saying, I can't do what that guy does, and the entire team having to answer questions about, you think this guy's going to get fired? Tough times.
It beats, I guess, all the Tyreek Hill stuff that they've had to deal with in the recent weeks.
True.
Whether it's, him not getting named a captain and whether he's a locker room cancer, and then he's got more domestic violence allegations against him, which is a yearly occurrence with him. This is, I guess, bad too. It just indicates, I think, that the coach is nearing the end.
Yeah.
Whether that end, though, is Friday or the end of the season, I'm not sure, but I think it's one of the two.
Or it's November.
Right, it's November at some point during the year.
The matchup with Miami, we can sometimes talk about Baltimore as a bad matchup, maybe in large part because Baltimore is good at what they do, not just because of what they do. For Miami, it's an offense that has had some success in the McDaniel era and the Tua Tagovailoa era, but the matchup against the Bills seems like it's never really been that good for them. What is it about the Bills that they're able to do with Tua and a Mike McDaniel offense that leads them to consistently beat them?
Well, I hate to just go with the game script route, but I think it's really important. The Dolphins and a lot of the teams in the AFC East, they're very game script dependent, right? The games have to go a certain way for them to be successful. And, Tua's a limited quarterback, but when he can play in rhythm, right, which is a lot of their scheme throws and first read, get the ball out. He's got a quick release. He's accurate on short throws. He makes, he's a good anticipatory player. He can operate in that rhythm. He can be really effective. And then, it's also what they can do to complement their run game, right? It's a potent run game. But the problem is they can never stay in a game script that allows them to play the style they want to against the Bills in particular. A lot of times, whether it's their defense giving up points early and now all of a sudden they're in a deficit and they can't play the
Brought
style
to you
of
by
offense.
Paula's
or,
Donuts, made with
Mike
love.
McDaniel,
Paula's Donuts, game day donuts are back. Chocolate frosted, dunked in crushed pretzels and chips, drizzled with red and blue frosting, plus football frosted donuts, red, white, and blue sprinkle donuts, and more. Order your game day donuts ahead of time for in-store pickup at paulasdonuts.com.
And it takes it out of the rhythm of what they need to do. So I think it's game script. I think it's how Mike McDaniel fails to stay patient with how he plays games. And then, just the limitations that Tua has are, I think, exacerbated whenever you are in these type of game scripts where you're chasing points and you're trying to go blow for Josh Allen. And so I think it's a bad matchup for Miami in terms of style of play. And with how good Josh is at scoring points and the stress that puts on that offense, I just don't think they're able to play their style of game, and the Bills tend to pour it on.
Jimmy Vaughn. Come on, Vaughn. I know he hasn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
No. See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. All right. It's kind of like, people can tweet at us. You can write whatever. You can live stream the show on YouTube, and you can let us know what you think about, well, really anything. And we refer to the chat sometimes as the bullpen. The afternoon show, more calls to the bullpen. I just kind of by nature call the chat.
The chat.
So, what's going on in the chat? Well, also, while we're here, our first quad box with producer Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly in for... Josh is no longer producing our show. We wish him well. He sent us a picture. He was watching on the stream.
Yep.
So Josh might be in the chat these days. From producer to chat.
Would he do it as Josh, or would he have an alias, you think?
He's just like slamming us and calling us names under an alias.
It's like, who's this new guy in the chat?
Yeah. So quad box us. Joe Callie's here. So we have Joe DiBiase and Joe Callie. And I feel like we got to do something about that.
Two Joes?
Two Joes. Mm-hmm. Can we call you Callie Joe?
Could if you want.
Sure. Callie.
That sounds like a cool name.
Callie Joe.
Callie Joe. We got
Callie Joe and Sneaky Joe.
Sneaky Joe and Callie Joe.
Yeah, I like that.
That's pretty good.
I think
that works.
At that point, we just start calling him CJ.
Then we'll shorten it to C. All right, your name is C. No. Callie Joe sounds cool if you were from California or surfed or anything like that.
Right. I don't do either. I'm not.
None of those interests.
The chat wants us to have a race, and the winner gets to keep Joe.
Wow.
This
is why we check what's going on in the chat.
Exactly.
Yes. A race for naming rights.
A race, yes.
No, you know what this should be? This should be like an NFL locker room. If you want us to call you Joe, you have to pay Joe for the name Joe.
You owe Joe a Rolex.
I'm gonna do
$10,000. $10,000 to be called Joe.
I'm gonna do what did Zach Benson get from Josh Norris? I want 2 Louis Vuitton bags, please.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Two Louis
Vuitton bags for number 9 is what he asked for.
I know.
Wild request.
That's unbelievable.
It's pretty tough.
The kids these days.
I know.
Get a car.
Right. Or a watch is a good get, too.
I don't know how expensive those bags were.
Those bags
they
are
could be expensive, as expensive as a car.
And I know as a professional athlete now, how you look walking from your car to the airplane is important. Your bag matters, right?
It's true.
Every social media site is doing the walk to the plane.
That's right.
Got to look good.
You got to keep up with Tage.
That's right. Look good, play
good.
good.
He's the trendsetter.
He is. All right.
I made a little something from your dream earlier.
Oh yeah,
if you want to pull
made
the stream
something
up.
All right,
I got something I'm going to show the bullpen.
Okay, the bullpen's going to see it.
You guys are going to like this.
If you missed it earlier, I revealed to the guys here that I had a dream last night. I was on the Bills. All right, I like this. I was on the Bills, and I was a wide receiver with the team, and I was fully committed to run down the field to block Troy Polamalu to continue springing James Cook on a long touchdown run. That happened in my dream last night.
So Owen's got you a Shakir in here. If you were a wide receiver, who would you emulate?
In reality or in my dreams?
In your dreams.
In my dreams?
Ooh.
I'd like to be...
Because I know I'm Chad Johnson, for sure.
Why?
Just
who you want to be?
Yeah, the way he played.
Okay.
He was awesome.
The way he ran routes. The way he... celebration stuff.
This is a good question.
Chad Johnson.
Who's your sole receiver?
This is good. I mean, Stevie Johnson.
Your sole receiver.
Stevie Johnson, legend of the game.
Yep.
Yes.
This week. I mean, people are mad at Diggs, but I loved Diggs before he came here. I loved Diggs. I want to answer a non-Bill because I feel like that's safer. If I could pick any, who are my favorite receivers over the years, Ben? I loved T.O.
Yeah,
loved
me too.
T.O.
Mm-hmm.
I want to answer Amon-Ra St. Brown. I love him.
Okay.
He's a warrior.
Interesting. You pick like a recent guy, though.
If I'm going...
Not like one... Johnson would be my pick because he was my favorite receiver growing up.
Who's my favorite receiver growing up?
Yeah.
I mean, when's growing up? When I'm 13?
Yeah.
15?
Yeah. Sure.
Listen, you have to understand, I liked the Giants, and they have not had good offensive players in their history. I'm talking Stephen Baker, the touchdown maker, and how many touchdowns he had in his career? Like 11. Stephen Baker. He caught one.
Who is this?
He caught one. He caught one in the Super Bowl against the Bills.
But his nickname.
Sensitive subject. Stephen Baker, the touchdown maker.
I know.
Yeah.
No, we got to strip him of this nickname, though.
I know he wasn't all that good.
You can't be called. Your nickname on Pro Football Reference can't be the touchdown maker if you finished your career with 21 touchdowns.
Did he make him or did he not make him?
I need 21 in a season.
I mean, again, Giants receivers as I'm growing up, Ike Hilliard, Lionel Manuel, if I go way back.
Yeah. Amani Toomer would be too late for that?
Yes, that's a good answer. Amani Toomer from Michigan.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
D-Hop was always my favorite guy.
Hopkins,
D-Hop.
I thought he was so cool.
I think who my other favorite receivers ever were. Anyway.
It was Chad Johnson and Steve Smith for me. Steve Smith's
awesome, too.
I love Stevie.
Those two were awesome.
Stevie, the legend of the game. He's done it before, right?
I'm sure.
Okay.
I thought Marquise Goodwin was campaigning for that yesterday. He posted on Instagram about his time with the Bills, like, "Hey, Bills fans, let's help have me take one more flight in Buffalo." And I thought he was talking about like this was him saying he's going to be legend of the game. But then I saw Stevie was legend of the game. So I thought, wait a minute, is this Marquise Goodwin applying to reunite with the Buffalo Bills?
Let's do it.
Wow. And then I immediately looked. Question: is he eligible for our game?
McDermott era.
Former Bill, future Bill?
Former Bill, future Bill. He was on the roster until March 1st of 2017, technically. And Sean McDermott was hired as the coach in January.
Okay, so if he comes back, that's a reunion.
All right.
3 months on the roster while McDermott was head coach.
Waiver wire pickup.
Marquise Goodwin.
Chat pointing out that Owen's favorite childhood receiver still plays in the league and caught a touchdown against the Bills in Week 1.
Yeah.
He had another great touchdown on Sunday against Cleveland.
He is not washed, as they say.
No.
I was always a fan of Broncos' Demaryius Thomas.
He was good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. R.I.P. He was great.
He was awesome.
Yep.
Very good.
I think I only liked him because he was on my fantasy team, though. At some point, I started liking players, like David Johnson was this, or Arian Foster. I loved those guys because they were great, but they were also on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
So,
honorable mention, I got to mention Marvin Harrison. He went to Syracuse. I loved him, and then he was an amazing Hall of Famer. So,
yep.
Marvin Harrison's on that list for me, guys. I loved it. I loved Reggie Wayne. He was great.
Mm-hmm.
Torrey Holt. There's another one. I loved him for the other reason. He destroyed Syracuse in college and then went to the pros, and I just kind of the Rams were so fun to watch.
Is it offensive nobody's mentioned Calvin Johnson yet? I mean,
no. He was amazing.
Interesting. Does he have like a following? Like,
Oh,
It's funny. All of the receivers in the NFL today, this is not a coincidence that I like Chad Johnson this way. All of those receivers talk about Chad Johnson being like their icon growing up.
And who does Chad Johnson talk about? Stevie Johnson.
He does.
All the time.
Yeah. But no one talks about Calvin Johnson.
No, that's right.
But is that because that's like, more kids are going to grow up wanting to be Steph Curry because they think I can shoot like Steph Curry. No one's going to grow up wanting to be LeBron because I can't be LeBron.
Right. That's
Calvin Johnson. I'd love to be Calvin Johnson, but he's 6'5" and can run a 4.2.
He's a cyborg.
There's definitely a point to be made there. And people like underdogs. My favorite receivers are guys that are the technicians that are just so good at just getting open. Like, I love guys like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, got some good stuff in the chat here. Randy Moss, great, obviously. Isaac Bruce, Donald Driver. Mold's a good name for this.
How about Jordy Nelson as a throw in here? Yeah. I like Jordy Nelson.
Dropped a big touchdown against the Bills. It would have been like a 90-yard
Rambo
touchdown
game. Yes,
would have been a huge touch, just flat drop.
Yep.
Bob Chandler.
Who?
Bob Chandler. It's just mentioned in there.
Before my time.
Yeah, that's 80s.
Yeah, that is
70s
old school.
Well, the chat. You can jump in. You can stream us on YouTube. You can always, whatever. Fictional wide receiver? Who's the best fictional wide receiver ever?
I was a big watcher of Friday Night Lights.
They ran the ball.
The series.
That's Boobie Miles' team.
Yeah, the movie didn't have it, and the show didn't have a receiver.
Not really.
It was the quarterback, the running back, and the fullback.
Yeah, and
Tim Riggins is a fullback.
And the safety, Chavez.
Yeah. Although, shout out Hastings in Season 5, East Dillon. That was a good receiver. Who's the best fictional? Michael Irvin in The Longest Yard?
Is it Tweeter from Varsity Blues? Wasn't he a receiver?
Okay.
The little guy?
I never saw Varsity Blues.
It's bad.
Okay.
It's really bad.
All right, good. Then I'm not. Now I will never see Varsity Blues.
It's like good bad. It's bad.
Bad but good?
Yeah. One of those movies where John Voight is the actor, and people would, if you've seen only that, you're like, John Voight's a good actor? Is that a thing? He's good? Because I saw Varsity Blues, and anyway.
Is he a good actor?
Phil McConkey.
Don't know it.
Good call out here on the chat. Nicholas writes in, Phil McConkey. Coleman's catch was a McConkey call out. Phil McConkey caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl against the Broncos that was a tipped pass that got caught by him in the end zone for the Giants.
How about Rod Tidwell from Jerry Maguire?
Great answer. Mm-hmm. Great answer. Really leaned into the diva wide receiver narrative there.
Yes, it did.
I feel like...
Is that why everybody thinks they're all divas because of that movie?
Because of Rod Tidwell?
Maybe.
Show me the money. Best fictional running back?
Smash Williams. Won't hear any other names.
Who's that from?
Friday Night Lights, the show.
Okay.
It's Smash Williams.
Best fictional...
quarterback?
Sure.
Shane Falco.
Ooh. Replacements?
Mm-hmm. Following is in the Bourbon Bowl. No, that's the Water Boy. I'm trying to remember what the bowl was that he really messed up in, but...
This all kind of ties in because in this conversation, I was a fictional wide receiver. I dreamed of being a receiver on the Buffalo Bills. Had a few people in the chat say, did Brandon Beane...
And blocked Troy Polamalu.
Did, right, well, yeah. What can I say?
Dream big.
I've bought in, all right?
You should do the thing in this is in the NCAA game where you be a pro kind of, and you just be a wide receiver and you spend 2 years just blocking and practicing before you actually get a chance to catch the football.
Did you actually try doing this in the college game? Because if you tried to do that in the college game and started yourself as not good enough, you'd get to your junior year and you would not have played.
Yeah, right.
It's like
that's what I mean.
This simulation's great. Thanks.
It's real. Realistic.
I'm having a great time.
These games are getting as realistic
as possible.
possible.
Get my fake GPA up while also just blocking sleds in practice.
Exactly.
What a game.
You answer questions to the media, and if you answer a question too honestly, you get negative points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coach trust subtraction.
Ooh, Joe Kane from the program. The program also had Latimer. Latimer's the linebacker. Crazy. Linebacker Latimer, I think. You never seen the program?
Nope.
Mm-mm. The program has a what's the word I'm looking for here? Not a following. The program was a I don't know what I'm saying.
James Conn.
Yeah.
Interesting. 93 though. Little early for me to.
I think the program is
go back.
East State University, or is that He Got Game? That's that. What's he got game? Something is East State University.
Don't know.
You know he got game?
No.
Jesus Shuttlesworth?
I know. Oh, yeah.
Ray Allen is Jesus Shuttlesworth?
Yep. Spike Lee.
Anyway. All right. Thanks, chat. We checked in with the chat. Good stuff. The program. Another one that...
What? I probably won't see it.
Should you? I don't know.
You'd have to do a hell of a sales pitch
Eastern State
to get me to a
University.
1993 football movie.
Eastern State. Perfect. What was He Got Game?
Let's see if I can find out.
Hold on. He Got Game. What would that have been? The school and He Got Game. It's something State. I'm going to go State. I feel like Denzel's in that.
It's
Denzel. His dad's in. Denzel's in prison. Ray Allen's going to something State. What state? What is it?
Valdosta State.
No. What do we got? You got to know?
I'm looking right now. Abraham Lincoln High School.
Yeah, and then he went to college.
And then
He Got Game.
Big State University.
Big State University.
Big State
It was
University.
right there.
What a break.
Look at these
What a
movies.
break.
Big State University.
That's funny.
I want a shirt. Big State University.
Big State.
All right, Extendo Sports. Sean McDermott's coming up in about 15 minutes. Maybe Sal expects him right around the top of the hour for the Extra Point Show here on WGR.
Big State.
The matchup with Miami, we can sometimes talk about Baltimore as a bad matchup, maybe in large part because Baltimore is good at what they do, not just because of what they do. For Miami, it's an offense that has had some success in the McDaniel era and the Tua Tagovailoa era, but the matchup against the Bills seems like it's never really been that good for them. What is it about the Bills that they're able to do with Tua and a Mike McDaniel offense that leads them to consistently beat them?
Well, I hate to just go with the game script route, but I think it's really important. The Dolphins and a lot of the teams in the AFC East, they're very game script dependent, right? The games have to go a certain way for them to be successful. And, Tua's a limited quarterback, but when he can play in rhythm, right, which is a lot of their scheme throws and first read, get the ball out. He's got a quick release. He's accurate on short throws. He makes, he's a good anticipatory player. He can operate in that rhythm. He can be really effective. And then, it's also what they can do to complement their run game, right? It's a potent run game. But the problem is they can never stay in a game script that allows them to play the style they want to against the Bills in particular. A lot of times, whether it's their defense giving up points early and now all of a sudden they're in a deficit and they can't play the style of offense, or Mike McDaniel, I think, has got his own major game management issues where he chases it so bad, right? Like he has no patience whatsoever. If he senses that, there's some leakage going on and they're going to have to come back and score some points, like he searches and chases it, and it takes it out of like the rhythm of what they need to do. So I think it's game script. I think it's how Mike McDaniel fails to stay patient with how he plays games. And then, just the limitations that Tua has are, I think, exacerbated whenever you are in these type of game scripts where you're chasing points and you're trying to go blow for Josh Allen. And so I think it's a bad matchup for Miami in terms of style of play. And with how good Josh is at scoring points and the stress that puts on that offense, I just don't think they're able to play their style of game, and the Bills tend to pour it on.
the second and third level of the defensive performance, Joe, they stopped the run, they stopped the pass. You saw the corners get in even on run stops in the backfield. It felt like even behind Bosa and the D-line that everyone behind them had a great game too.
Yeah, it was a really cohesive defensive performance. I thought Bobby Babbitt simplified some things, and just they played a lot better. And I think a lot of that is who they played, right? The Jets are not a team that you look at offensively and think much of their talent. When you talk about weapons, it's Garrett Wilson. That's about it. You've got Justin Fields, who he's on his third team after being a high first round pick for a reason, right? He's got his own limitations. It's game 2 of this entire system, right? And you get ahead by 10, by 2 scores, really, with 10 minutes into the game, and that puts the Jets into a style of game that they don't want to play, right? So I think there was a lot of game script and talent issues that helped the Bills play better. But I think that's important. You want this team to start to find some confidence defensively, to buy into what they're being asked to do. And so, yeah, I think you certainly are mindful of the context of the game, but you want to build some momentum. It's kind of been the conversation is you had a bad matchup against Baltimore in week 1. Then you kind of have this opportunity to find your stride and get some schedule softens up a little bit. And, so far the Bills are taking advantage of that, and I like where it's headed.
All right. Wrapping things up here. Tomorrow it's game day, of course. Bills and Dolphins from Highmark Stadium. According to adjusted EPA and PFF grade, one quarterback right now is having a better season than Josh Allen. Who is it?
Better than Josh Allen, it's Daniel Jones.
It is not. Daniel Jones on adjusted EPA per play and
it is
PFF grade. He is 9th.
It is Lamar.
3rd.
It is
Lamar's number 1 in EPA, and he's way down in PFF's grade.
Can't be Baker.
Baker is...
He had some trouble on
18th.
Monday.
Is it Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson is 13th.
Crazy game. All right.
Dak?
It is Dak Prescott.
Dak. Who I have an MVP bet on.
Prescott,
Come on, Dak.
Prescott's PFF grade is a 97.
Come on.
His EPA is 82. One quarterback has a 100 PFF grade. Who is it?
One quarterback?
One quarterback has a 100 PFF grade.
Is he played like one play?
Nope.
Tyrod?
No.
Is it Trubisky?
Trubisky?
No. It's a real quarterback. Sorry.
He's a real quarterback.
Come on.
A starter. Jaden Daniels, no. Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, 91. Dak, 97. Love, 91. Allen, 90.
Herbert.
Nope. 100.
Jake Browning.
Nope. Real quarterback. Sam Darnold, 91 on the PFF grade. Again, there's your grade of what you've done and what you've added to your team. Allen, again, is number 2.
Who's left? I mean,
who's left? PFF grade, 100.
Brock Purdy or Kyler Murray?
No. I'm going to tell you, and you're going to go, oh, wow. Yeah. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves him.
Everybody loves him?
Everybody loves him. I don't even think
there's a quarterback everybody loves?
Yes.
Can't be.
Yes.
See, I would have said Baker if you had said that.
Not everybody loves Baker. I don't know anybody that doesn't like this guy.
Stafford.
Yes. Right?
Everybody
loves Stafford.
Everyone loves Stafford. Yeah, that's true.
I love Stafford.
Is he the most well-liked quarterback in the league?
The way that he plays, respect for his game.
He's won a Super Bowl.
He got a Super Bowl. He's a all-time talent.
It's like he's perfectly achieved the right amount in his career.
Sure, yeah.
So there's no real debate on either side.
Yep. Love Stafford. Love watching him play. He's every quarterback's favorite quarterback, too. Like, they all love talking about him, what he does. So anyway, Stafford, 100 on the PFF grade, 5th overall on the blended grade from Ben Baldwin. All right, enough boring stats. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sal will check in. Chris Brown, of course, can kind of be like a Buffalo Bills football Thursday. So Chris Brown, Mike Catalan will join us. We'll talk Bills with him and that Oak Hill news that he's reporting that the PGA Championship is going to be back at Oak Hill in 2035. So all coming up tomorrow. We'll talk to you then here on WGR.